Let's go back to 2.
Well, John, maybe easier from the pine straw. How's a lie for Rahm from the rough?
Really thick.
Ooh. He took a hack at it.
Yeah, and just came out soft and dead.
That's right near where Tyrrell Hatton's ball ended up, and he made a 5. Back to 4.
And now Neiman at 4.
Yeah, he really likes to work the ball right to left. I think this is, you throw it in the right center of the green and let it just turn right to left. Anything you'd like the ball left of the hole, putting back up the hill.
I love his ball flight. Goes down and through. Hits more of a bullet than some of the others. Controls the flight.
You heard Andy say it a moment ago. Appears to be in complete control early on. As Rory, for the second time on the move to the range to get his warm-up going. This morning, guys, he was full go to get ready to go out. And had to go back to the house and get ready for that late tee time.
One thing, Matt, there are a lot more people to high five now than
That's
there
right.
were at 7 a.m.
He had that thing wide open back to 4 in Tyrrell.
Tyrrell Hatton got it up really high, and the wind ate it up and is coming up short in that right.
Got it fraction bottomy and it started blowing into.
It's an aggressive line from Hatton. He'll have to get out of that bunker. Let's go to 2.
Another really good drive at 2, this time from Hovland.
Yeah, inside 115 yards up the hill.
Clark took advantage of it, made birdie. Hovland, that one's spinning too much. That is not going to stay. It's part of why we like this early coverage. You see the first players get out on these holes, how they're going to play as the leaders come to 1, 2, and beyond.
And as the golf course changes later in the day.
That's Adam Scott beginning with a birdie. Amazingly, his 25th PGA Championship. The 10, Nikolai Højgaard.
Up the hill right there into the grain. Now down grain over the slope.
Come on
Looks
now.
pretty good.
Come on now.
Looks pretty good. Well, it didn't go in, but it was really, really a good putt.
To 2.
We don't have any room left on our highlight reel for the week. Kept it low. That was a nice play.
It's really nice to pitch from the first cut with a little cushion underneath it.
To 3.
And Lucas Glover.
After starting out with 2 dog legs on the first 2 holes, this is the first straight par 4.
And that's to the perfect spot on this green.
Beautifully played.
3rd at the Players this year. So this and that field typically the best in the game. Playing well again to 2.
Good point. Hovland, John.
Straight up the hill.
Can he run it in? Yes. Short game's gotten better and better as his career's going on. That was a beautiful birdie putt. And Victor Hovland gets to 3 under. So we've seen John Rahm gain a shot. Now Hovland to 4.
And Hatton out of that green side bunker.
Just carry it just outside the bunker. Not the hardest bunker shot in the world. Should be able to spin it a little bit.
All right. Hatton's been doing some early bunker work through the first 4 holes. Get your electrolytes now, son.
Hydration.
Get
very
those
important.
electrolytes.
Very important.
Tommy Fleetwood.
Well, after Hovland showed him the way, that's pretty disappointing.
Yeah, did not take advantage of learning something, so he makes a par. But a really neat shot off the pine straw, left at 2.
That's why you need to hydrate. That's probably Dad's Gatorade. Dad's going Suds. Son's going Gatorade. At 12, McKinnon second.
Many ways to hydrate, Matt.
There are. It's called rehydrate. So McKibben gets up on that shelf. I tell you, this week, the 12th fairway, second hardest to hit here at the course, but that pin placement has been difficult. A great job by McKibben. Let's go to 2.
Yeah, that hole's been fun to watch. Rahm saves his par. Keeps a little early momentum going for Jon Rahm. See if he can make his move before the leaders start the 3rd round.
Now Wyndham Clark, long birdie at 4.
Up the hill the whole way. Part of Wyndham's game that hasn't been his best this year yet.
Checking on Colin Morikawa for the first time.
PGA champion out at Harding Park in San Francisco. His 3rd to 10. That man with an iron in his hand is as good as anyone on the planet.
Very professional.
Yeah, I remember Andy saying from the very beginning, it just so impressed with the way he comported himself. There we see Scotty making a memory for some folks in the parking lot.
How about the old school earbuds from Scotty?
He's an old school dude. He's got sort of always been that old soul, right? Just still in his 20s. So much runway for him to keep stacking big time.
See if Neiman can stack a birdie here at the 4th.
Slow putt into the green.
Andy, how much are these players looking at grain out there?
I think you can tell it pretty significantly when it's going uphill. It sure is much darker, so it's pretty easy to see.
Let's go to 3.
And a man who arrives with back-to-back top 3s in this championship, trying to squarely throw himself into the mix yet again. Say he's already done it. Hammers a tee shot into that fairway.
So important to drive it in the fairway with that little moisture from this morning. And the rough getting up to 4 inches tall.
That's a great note from Andy. It makes sense with that amount of water. There's just no way you could get a mower in that. Now Rahm.
This is a tough fairway to hit with the wind out of the left. That's why Rahm's all the way over on the right-hand side of the tee. Give himself plenty of room to cut it.
Like that?
That's pretty good. You like that?
That'll do.
So now see if Clark can clean up par. He does at the 4th. Interesting, we see some of these landing spots of the green. I can't even believe we had weather this morning early on with how these greens are running back.
Wasn't much rain.
Minimal amount of rain.
The electricity was the issue.
Yes,
to
sir.
Fleetwood.
He's got to feel like he's got to get going. These other two came springing out of the gate.
Three excellent drives on a hole that is far from the easiest driving. Back to 1, and Tony Finau from the middle of the fairway.
Now we're getting into some players who, if they shoot a good score, could be part of the story late tomorrow afternoon.
Tony's got that unique action. Low hands by his knees. Great approach there. Cam Young to get to red numbers. On a great line. Do it for Gordo. Cam Young. 1 under par. Get in on PGA Championship offers and boosts all weekend long at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app. Sign up with promo code Birdie to get started today.
Can I just whisper that name, Jon Rahm, again?
I've got the Rahm stuff covered.
Captain Bradley. Birdie on 3. No. Back to 2.
Adam Scott. We've seen a lot of good golf from him this week. Must have gone with 3-wood off the tee. Let's see if we can get that to stop.
Flag stick here, 7 paces on. Flag sticks on the front of the greens today will be the toughest hole locations.
McKibben's birdie at 12. Great approach from McKibben. Not able to capitalize, so he'll tap in for par to remain clean on his day. 1 under for the tournament. Out of 5.
Wyndham Clark with his tee shot. Breeze in and out of the right.
What's it?
He likes to work it left to right. And he just pounded it right down the middle. Beautiful shot.
Is that 3, Andy? I think with those bunkers, that distance looks like that's what have been given his length. Let's see if Morikawa can pour one in. Yes, what a start for Colin. Now, Neiman on the tee.
Just inside the bunker on the right.
He'll be curving it right to left.
Found the bunker grouping there. Still
Fairway bunkers are pretty simple to play out of this week, so the players haven't had much trouble with those.
The animal, legendary caddy out here. Been out here forever. Neiman's looking for a first top 10 in a major. Hard to believe. Hasn't yet. Certainly will. Now Tyrrell.
I think it's going to be interesting as the day goes on. Wind starts picking up a little bit. The guys will be seeing some shots they haven't seen this week. It's been just absolutely dead quiet wind-wise the whole week so far. Looks good.
Again, Tyrrell was 5 under on Friday. The 18th took a big bite out with a triple. He's now even in the championship. Still time to get moving on moving day. You can move any day. This figures to be a day when somebody will make a charge up the board towards Jonathan Vegas, who looks just stressed to death there, Curtis.
Well, let's not forget, you know, we talk about his experience on tour or lack of experience in majors, but who's to say he can't shoot a heck of a round today?
He already has once.
Yes, absolutely.
Very comfortable at the moment, smiling, great to see. And there's Lucas pouring in a birdie after a tremendous approach on 3. Let's see if Tony can get his day started with a birdie. Playing a ton of break. Not quite. Good start for Tony. Been in the top 10 in this championship 3 different times. To 2.
Becoming a more familiar look, huh, as Joe Highsmith's profile elevates. Spins that one back at 2 very nicely. Right into that Wyndham Clark spot. So if you have the gentle spin on it, you can get it to stop there and have a great look at birdie.
Anyone that follows the game knows that is the ball of Tommy Fleetwood. What'd you mark your ball with, Curtis?
Just a little blue dot.
Just
that was pretty simple.
Okay.
Minimal.
It's stunning.
That's from 189.
Hey, if you don't want the answer, don't ask the question. Okay. You know.
Right back at me with some pace. I deserve it. That's fair. Fleetwood, unforced error there. That's disappointing. Hovland and Rahm, 2 great drives. Johnny?
Past the bunker, just hammered up here. It's such a big hole. It's still in the 170-yard range for both of them. But of course, that's just an 8 or a 9 iron for these guys. I don't know if you can necessarily land it up on top and stop it.
John, I think you can right now. It will change as the day progresses, but Still some softness in these greens.
Well, that's the question that Andy asked when he came through, and then we saw Glover did it. But you make a great point, Curtis, that it's still early in this round. It's not yet 1 o'clock Eastern. Let's see if Rahm.
I mentioned yesterday, Rahm went back to a golf ball that actually spins a little bit more, and consequently his iron play has sharpened up a bit. And that was that's unforced as well.
Still, you mentioned, John, playing from that thick collar, and he'll have an opportunity to do that. Wouldn't be a shock to see him make it to 2.
Birdie chance for Adam Scott to get to 4 under par. So he'll stay at 3 under with a par at the second. Up to 4.
And Keegan Bradley. Oh, how about the captain? You know, Keegan, we're no Boston Bees, no Bruins, no Celtics. We do have Jets Stars tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC. Dallas leads the series 3-2, game 6 tonight. Big game. Bob Wischusen on the call. Cannot wait to catch that one at the hotel this evening. Curtis will buy the drinks. We'll sit there and watch some playoff hockey.
He and our guy Ryan Callahan. Treat to watch. Nothing like the Stanley Cup playoffs. All right, Wyndham on 5.
Flagstick all the way back right. And once again catching the slope, spinning it back down. We haven't seen that all week long.
Great little wedge shot from Highsmith, and he pays it off with a birdie at 2. So 2 has been interesting to watch. 2 already. We've seen birdies, we've seen bogeys.
Ken Brown showed us earlier. Quicksville, Texas. Don't want to be back there. But I think the more important part that he shows that front and how it's got to control that spin. All right, Neiman from the bunker.
Yeah, beautiful lie, 142 back right hole location. Not the easiest one in the world to get to, unless you're Joaquin Neiman.
Boy, he's striking it well. Just needs to see one go in. Maybe his round will be off to the races. Now Hatton's turn.
Breeze out of the right. So you're kind of fighting the wind all the way up the end. It's a shot. You can't start out to the right of the green. So Neiman cut his up against it. Quintero will do the same thing, because once it starts riding left, it's just going to get further and further away from the flagstick. Very aggressive play.
Sit right there.
All right.
Good example of these greens are quite large, but you have to pick small spots and focus on it. Get it in the right quadrant.
Third for Tommy on 3.
He has to run it right along the ridge that bisects the front and the back of this green. That ridge right there.
That's disappointing from where he was in the fairway. Less than a foot away, John, from being pretty good, I think.
Yeah, it was a razor thin margin there, and he probably hit the shot he was trying to hit.
And you think with large greens it's pretty simple, but there's a good example of so close but no good.
First tee, introduction forthcoming.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 12:49 starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome from Canada, Taylor Pendrith.
We have Pendrith, DeChambeau, and Richard Bland. Taylor's lost that right. It's in there. His third appearance in the PGA Championship.
Now on the tee, please welcome from Texas, Bryson DeChambeau.
You have a score in mind? I'm always interested. Is that something you did, Curtis?
No, but a lot of players do. I think he's looking at 66 or 7 today. Two options on this tee. You can hit a slight cut, feed it with the fairway, or go over the edge of the trees. He's going to go over everything to the right.
And he will not lack for fan support.
Absolutely perfect. What an intimidating start.
That is mammoth. Let's see if John can make this one on 3.
Well, you mentioned it stayed in that first cut. Makes it easier.
I wondered if that might be
the momentum,
possible.
The momentum is starting.
Those sails are full of confidence and gusto. Man's halfway to the slam. Now Clark.
This is his third long putt he's had in 5 holes up over a ridge. So far he's judged the speed very well.
Yeah, he's going to have a lengthy par putt on this 5th hole, Andy, in a moment. Now Hovland.
He has to put up that ridge.
Great speed. Narrow miss for Hovland. To 4.
And now to 4 and a birdie putt. Michael Penge knocks it in. Marco Penge does. So he now moves to 2 under and a good start for the DP winner. Go back to Fleetwood.
Fleetwood for par. And he'll surrender a shot here after the approach is knocked into the bunker. Here are the value plays presented by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Dave, you're not allowed to mention John Rahm. It's too late. He's already 2 under on this round.
We missed our window on that one.
You needed to be at the window before. Ready to fire on Max Homa. It's 14-1 to be the winner. Siwoo Kim at 16-1. Interesting that both of those guys shot 64 yesterday. The question, can you buck the trend that we see and have forever? That low round, can you back it up? Denny McCarthy. Shout out to the Hoyas of Georgetown Prep in the D.C. area, the pride of the DMV. Denny looking for a breakthrough. Tiro looking for a birdie, looking for anything positive.
Slow coming up from the back. We've seen that so often.
Let's see if Keegan Bradley can make the birdie at the 4th. It's an amazing tee shot to get the round started. There goes Keegan. Bouncing back after the bogey at 2. Now at 2 under. Back to 5.
See if Neiman can get that jump start.
He's hitting a lot of quality shots. Has to take advantage of. There's a violent lip out.
Tee to green, technically awfully good thus far, and it's just all pars. Still time, but need to do what this man is doing.
And now John Rahm at the 4th.
And a perfect win for him to hold a cut up against. It's in and from the right.
And he's done just that. But a club too long.
Just a bit of an illustration of John Rahm early on. Holes 1 through 3 in the first 2 rounds, 1 over each day. Today 2 under. Completely different start for the Spaniard. Stay at the 4th. It'll be
just passed.
Victor Hovland next, John.
Yeah. Okay. Because it's like you go 8.
If you hit a normal 8 and you're right at the pin, there's a chance.
Yeah.
But once again, if you're going to hit that shot,
Yeah. It's just if there's enough hurt there.
Yeah.
8's not getting there.
yeah. I think he got the club. I really do. Bring 2 back and.
All right, deliberation and decision.
All because of a little bit of wind moving out there.
Well, it's picking up. It's going to be an interesting afternoon, Curtis. He likes to hit that hold cut against this wind, too.
Go hard.
Asking for it to go, it did not. Perhaps the decision in that.
Have you noticed that no matter what their native language is, they always talk to the golf ball in English?
Astute point from the great John McGinnis. A lot of discussion early on today in the round.
The moment it is with the way that.
Yeah, another one just got it. You're going to keep it right to this pin.
You can't see those trees behind him, Curtis. They do pick up from time to time with a gust. You heard them speak about it.
Well, the flagstick's only 4 paces over deep bunker, so this is going to get tougher as the day progresses, as the wind picks up. But trying to pick the perfect club and hit the perfect shot. But the safer shot is to fly it to the hole and clear the bunker.
Tommy has not hit a good iron shot yet. Best one was a punch out.
And just a complete departure from how this course has been playing the first 2 days. Tommy Fleetwood.
Just like that.
Just goes over the pin and that'll settle.
Well, as that group continues its day, unfortunately ours has come to an end after doing about 20 some odd hours over the last couple of days. It feels like light lifting. Appreciate you being with us. Tune in tomorrow. Final round coverage from Quail Hollow beginning on ESPN Plus 8 Eastern, then at 10 on ESPN. Coverage continues from here over on CBS. Time now to send it to the NCAA Softball Regionals. So long for now from Charlotte, North Carolina.
It's the second major of the year in golf. Coming from Charlotte, North Carolina, the PGA Championship in full bloom, with Scotty Scheffler in pursuit of another major title. 2 times he's possessed the green jacket at the end of the day. And then there's Matt Fitzpatrick, United States Open champion 2022 at the Country Club. And big hitting, Bryson DeChambeau already has a major in the Tar Heel State, winning at Pinehurst last June, the second time the U.S. Open titleist. But then there are those looking for that Cinderella story who never won a major, like Jonathan Vegas from Venezuela, who has never really even contended in a major. At age 40, he's been the story the first 2 days with shots like this. Also in quest of that first ever major title is Max Homa. Yesterday, he blazed through this golf course with shots like this at the par 4 14th. On his way to 64 and nearly a memorable hole-in-one on a par 4. And France has an entrant into the chase, and that is Mathieu Pavon. Friday, he shot 65 to join the final grouping. And there have been shots like this that vaulted Siwoo Kim into the picture at the 252-yard par 3 6th. It's a gorgeous day, a gorgeous spring day in North Carolina. And the leaders, again, they're groups of 3. We've had to adjust today because of showers in the morning, rain. They're gone both tees now, groups of 3. Vegas, Fitzpatrick, and Pavon will be the last ones out inside of an hour to go. Meantime, we're underway for the 107th PGA on CBS. CBS Sports and the Professional Golfers Association of America so proud to present the 107th playing of the PGA Championship. And it comes to you from a battlefield that many are familiar with, a place that has hosted already not only the PGA Championship in 2017, but the President's Cup 3 years ago. Quail Hollow. It's lush, it's gorgeous, and it has as demanding a closing stretch here as you'll find anywhere on the globe. 16, 17, and 18. Pleased to be calling it from the Super Tower just short of the 18th green, along with Trevor, Ian, and Frank, and Andrew. Dottie is going to be out there with that final grouping. Colt will be with Scotty Scheffler's group. Mark Immelman will be walking alongside Bryson and his trio. Amanda with the interviews. Brad Gregory will handle the rules. And just now, as we come on the air, Bryson, he had the 12:49 tee time. He's eyeing a birdie attempt at number 1.
Up and over the ridge, turning sharply to the left, fast. From 30 feet.
Here it comes. Bryson picks up a shot right out of the gates.
And that is his longest make of the week. What a start for Bryson.
DeChambeau, just like that, with one magnificent stroke, moves into the top 10. There are others on the course right now who are off to fast starts, including Jon Rahm. This at the 4th. He's already picked up 2 birdies through the first 3 holes. Well over at the 2nd hole.
This is Alex Noren from the very thick rough down the right side. 181, and what a shot for Alex Noren. Just his 2nd start of the year for Alex. What a way to start today. To 4.
Jon Rahm already owns 2 legs of the Grand Slam, having won at Augusta and the U.S. Open at Torrey Pines. This for par. He's in that group at 4 under. That includes now DeChambeau. Let's go to 14. Matt Wallace started his round at 10. Again, this is the par 4 with all kinds of action. We've got more already with Matt Wallace holding that bunker shot for an eagle.
And I think we'll see multiple eagles there today, playing just over 300 downhill, downwind. Everybody will be taking a cut at that green. This is a great stretch of holes here. 14 and 15 are your chances to make some hay and then hang on for that green mile.
Well, it's a leaderboard that right now doesn't have great representation as far as major championship conquest. You've got Fitzpatrick and Schauffele, Rahm and DeChambeau, but there are others who are looking for that career-defining moment this weekend in the Queen City of Charlotte. They go back out to the play at the second.
And he will just fire it straight over the corner here. Yesterday didn't quite make it, had trouble under the trees.
And he has a helping wind in, and that's torched.
192.
Oof. That is fast.
Take that.
That is perfect, Trevor. Look at that, way up there, just a flip.
There is our leader. He's led each of the first 2 days. He opened with a 7 under par, 64 on Thursday, and backed it up yesterday morning with 70. 4 times a winner on the PGA Tour, most recently in Minneapolis just last July. Now he lives in Houston by way of Venezuela. Very beloved golfer out here on the PGA Tour. Turned pro out of the University of Texas in 2008. His journey to this point, it's a remarkable one. We'll be telling you that throughout the day. Had a great visit this morning with John Fields, the superb golf coach at Texas who recruited him to Austin. His best ever finish, Trevor, in any major is 22nd. So this is unknown territory for him right now.
Yeah, it sure is. This is his 17th major start, but shots like this throughout the week. This was in round 1. He chipped in on 18 and then went on to shoot 30 on his next 9 for this opening 64.
Yeah, I think he had 9 birdies on Thursday. And then on Friday, we just saw Wallace hole out from that bunker at 14. He pitched it over that same bunker to this point right here.
And that's just remarkable. So easy to let that come out with a bit too much heat and roll over the back.
Now, you talk about breaks. You're not going to believe this one. This was yesterday late at the 17th, and watch what happens here. It hits the rake and caroms onto the green.
My goodness, that could have gone anywhere. But if you want to win a championship of this magnitude, you're going to have a little things go your way throughout the course of the 4 days. And that's one of the best breaks I've seen right there.
He did finish yesterday with a double at 18, which is not unusual. Yesterday's hole location at 18 brought so many big numbers into play. Could not take the shine off of a round of 70, and the fact he had the 36-hole lead.
Yeah, and the last player to lead by multiple shots after each of the first 2 rounds at the PGA Championship, Raymond Floyd, 1982 at Southern Hills.
I remember it well. Raymond, who had a spectacular career record in the PGA Championship. He won it twice. Let's go back out to the play at 2.
And Alex Noren mentioned just his 2nd start of the year. This for birdie at the 2nd. Coming off a hamstring injury, a tear.
Just incredible. After taking 4 months off, he had the hamstring, some neck, some glute issues. This is remarkable.
You see the name George Cobb. He was the original architect here. It was George Cobb who originally created the par 3 course at Augusta. And Arnold Palmer, very tied to the Harris family. The Harris family, this is their dream playground. And Arnold came in here and had his own special fingerprints and touches on this course. Tom Fazio had renovations. Scott Davenport's the great PGA head professional here, and Keith Wood and his team. They had to contend with Keith and his squad. They had 5 inches, nearly 5 inches of rain early in the week here. And that, look at it now. It's dried out. Conditions are just ideal.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job dealing with all of that water that has fallen. The course is primed and pristine. The greens have held their firmness throughout with the help of the sub-air systems. And we are ready for a great weekend here.
We're going to go to the other side again using split tees. Colin Morikawa, his 3rd hole of the day.
Started at 10, made a birdie at the par 5, par at 11. This is just inside of 60 feet up and over that ridge.
This green is severe, Trevor. We're going to be seeing this all day. Big loopy putts coming in to that back left hole location.
Yeah, and that area of green where the hole is located, only about 9 or 10 paces long, so precision is needed into the 12th.
Well, again, we had a delay, and the delay actually extended to over 3 hours because once it got to a point where there was question going everyone off of 1 in pairings, could we finish at the end of the day? So they made a great adjustment here, I think, Trevor. They moved it to the first times out in the 11:40 area, 11:43, and groups of 3 off split tees. So we're going to have about a 7 o'clock Eastern time finish. Then you got that Green Mile challenge. And challenge, I put that word in parentheses. Remember it later. Tuck it away. Scotty Schauffele, rounds of 69 and 68. This is Randy Smith, been his instructor since he was under the age of 10. Here he is watching his man warm up, trying to pick up a 3rd career major and a first ever Wanamaker Trophy if he can win this weekend in Charlotte.
Welcome to Charlotte, the stock car racing capital of the world. A city that's usually known for speed. But this week, a new king will be crowned. As the Queen City plays host to a different competition with the best golfers in the world looking to conquer the Green Mile and reign supreme at Quail Hollow.
The greatest golfer in the world today.
No roaring engines here.
It's a good one.
No screeching tires either.
It's a really good one.
But I promise you this. At the PGA Championship, that heart rate gets going just the same. Every shot, every putt, every breath could determine which of these players will lift the Wanamaker Trophy come Sunday night.
He's the champion. Now listen, the applause won't stop.
So don't let the speed of this game fool you.
He's done it.
Because this chase could come down to the wire. And I can't wait.
All right, now it's so cool to hear from Richard Petty here at the PGA Championship in Charlotte, known as the King, who will prevail in the Queen City come tomorrow night. The NASCAR Hall of Fame is right here in downtown Charlotte. And of course, his career just legendary, nearly twice as many stock car racing wins as anyone else in the sport.
Fire up those engines.
Yes,
Let's
exactly.
go.
And then you hold on for dear life over the last 3 holes. Can you imagine that stretch come Sunday? The 70th, 71st, and 72nd holes as we go out to 2.
And the reigning US PGA senior champion. Oh, it's a good shot. Coming off bogey at the first, Richard Bland, but that was a good one, Mark.
He's like a marksman with an iron in hand.
He sure is. As we go over to 5.
And Victor Hovland's at 2 under par.
Birdie at 2, bogey at 4.
Just clears the bunker. 40-footer coming up for a birdie. Not a lot of great scoring opportunities usually through the first 6 holes, but when you drive it like this at 2, look out.
Yeah, just 85 yards left. He's 70 yards ahead of Bland. After a birdie at the first, good opportunity for Bryson here at the second. Little sweeping right to lefter for the 2-time US Open champion. Over to another major champion at 5.
And John Rahm in 2 under through his first 4 holes.
Just a short club in. A little more aggressive than Victor. No.
He'll be disappointed with that.
He sure will. Obviously protecting from going long, but maybe expecting a slightly bigger hop.
Over at 12, we saw Morikawa's first putt from long distance. And 3 putts, not a shock from front of that green. He's trying to process it. Well, Trevor, some notables missed the cut. Jordan came here again in pursuit of the career slam, missed it by 1. Cut came at +1.
Yeah, 74 players ended up making it. Hideki, one of those casualties.
He had that streak going of so many consecutive cuts made in major championship golf. 19, he had the active mark. That comes to an end. And then there's JT, who won the PGA here in 2017 and was in great form coming into the week.
Yeah, especially after playing well last week. He was a lot of people's favorite. Brooks had a lot of struggles out there.
Koepka well wide of the mark. See on the course right now we have Morikawa and Rahm, Hovland and Scott, but there are other notables that missed it here. Ludwig Oberg is just again, you've got the strongest field of the year in golf with 99 of the top 100 players. There's going to, at the end, there are going to be victims. Back to 2.
Just outside 10 feet for Bryson, right to left and slippery.
In the hole.
Not far off there from a birdie start.
That looked so good down the hill.
He thought he had that for a long time.
Won at Pinehurst last year in the US Open Championship. And he had a PGA Championship here in Charlotte, the North Carolina city. Was runner-up last year at 3.
Hits Satsuni. Has to carry the false front at the 3rd.
Strike sounded pretty clean, Frank.
68-71 his first 2 rounds here at Quail Hollow. It's hit some nice putt. All locations a little fairer today, probably given the forecast later in the day. Go to 5.
Rahm birdie putt.
See how the speed is from long range.
He had the line.
Pretty good.
Over to 4.
And Tony Finau playing with Ben Griffin and Eric Cole today. Eric Cole made a hole-in-one at this hole on Thursday. And Finau not too bad either. Beautiful shot for Tony, who has a short putt for birdie coming up. Back to 2.
Can Bland bounce back with a birdie here at 2? Kind of like Bryson's, just sort of duck away there to that left side. Also US Open Senior Champion. So he's PGA and Open Senior Champion. Great year. Hovland at 5.
For birdie.
Not a very good read.
As the late starters go through their final preps. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, the best seat in the house since 1925. Happy 100th to the Goodyear blend. Well, Rory will be starting off at number 10. A lot of people expect he's going to go low today. 138 tee time coming up for McIlroy, who gave away a couple of shots over the last 2 holes yesterday. The Masters champion, what will he do on moving day in Charlotte? CBS Sports presents the official partners of the 107th PGA Championship. T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G solutions partner. Corebridge Financial, helping more people take action in their financial lives. And by Chase Sapphire, upgrade your travel and dining experiences. Tracing this hour is brought to you by Top Tracer. We're at the 6th hole with Rahm. Today it's playing up some 30 yards in front of yesterday. 221's the number for Rahm.
Right over and over the whole lot.
To 3.
Bryson, that bunker at 320 has not been in play the first 2 days for Bryson. So he mailed it.
Oh, Frank, that wasn't the picture he had in his mind.
I don't think that's a picture anybody had.
It just looked like his feet gave way on the way down there, Frank.
That's nearly left to the 4th green.
I mean, his footwork is generally active, but kind of looked like it moved around more than usual.
Now up ahead, Rio Hitsatsuni, his best finish. PGA Tour actually came at Greensboro last year, tied for 3rd.
Just 22 years old. A ton of potential from this young man.
Actually, it's a very global leaderboard when you look at it right now. To the 4th, Andrew.
And you saw the tee shot for Finau, and now this putt for birdie. To 3 under par. And a nice hand from fans here in Charlotte who have been turned out all week long. Great crowds here. As we take you to the other par 3 on the front side, the 6th, and here's Victor Hovland on the tee. Did see a hole-in-one here yesterday, late in the afternoon. Siwoo Kim. And you can see Hovland. A safe shot to the center of the green here at the par 3. Now up ahead at the 10th, here's Tom Kim. Just off the green for par. Started on the 10th hole. That's a good start. Saves par at the par 5.
Okay, Rory making his way over to the practice putting area. And past the golf shop of Scott Davenport and crew. Staging area for every round here for the membership. Rory with his career slam complete a month ago. A total of 5 in all, beginning at Congressional in 2011, then at Kiowa. The Ocean Course at Kiowa Island in 2012, and on to Valhalla in 14 after winning the Open. Royal Liverpool just before that, and of course Augusta this year. One of the most amazing stories to ever document, and the world was watching on the edge of their seats. At the 12th, it's Harris English.
Started with a couple pars. Can he land it on and keep it on? Oh, yeah. So far today, the greens just seem a touch more receptive than what they did yesterday afternoon. Maybe that little sprinkle, about a ½ inch of rain fell this morning. It just softened them up for now.
Jonathan Vegas again going off at 155 in what will be an all international grouping with Fitzpatrick and Pavone. Here are the groupings that we're going to be training our cameras on here shortly. You got Siwoo and Max. Max a winner on these grounds in 2019, and Scotty. And then there they are. Venezuela, France, and England all represented in the final grouping. What are you expecting from Scotty Schauffele today? It doesn't look like he's played like super great his A game, but here he is. This is how good he is, a testament to that. 69-68 starts the day tied for 5th.
Yeah, isn't that incredible? Everybody's saying he hasn't got his best stuff, but he shoots back-to-back rounds in the 60s. I'm expecting another good round. He has so much control. And as this course starts to get a little more feisty and the greens firm up, he's the player with the best distance control on approach.
He just breezed by with that bucket of balls past one of his closest buddies, Sam Burns. Let's go to the third.
Well, Jim, I actually think it's closer to the fourth. Mark, you're out there. Where on earth did this tee shot finish up?
He's about 15 yards off the back of that fourth green with a real launching pad of a lie, and he can hoist the thing, Frank.
There's those single length upright irons, they help.
Just make sure it doesn't come out too hot.
Clean strike.
And that's what I was worried about.
Anything in his favor, he'll be going back into that breeze. The third shot. Should be an eventful ride for Bryson today. Forward to the sixth.
And John Rahm took some time before hitting this second shot. A tricky one, Trevor.
Extremely. He had a few options. He could have lobbed it, bumped it, which is what he went with, or putted. I think it grabbed a lot more than he was anticipating.
To 12.
Nico Echevarria.
Off to a tough start, starting bogey at 10 and 11. But this'll do.
Trying to get up there close to his playing companion, Harris English. He might be inside of him.
My goodness, that's 1 in 100 shot from that line to that whole location.
Might be the two best you're going to see all day long at 12. They happen out of the same group. Meantime, over at the 15th, what a good story this is this week.
Luke Donald, upcoming Ryder Cup captain, making the cut. He said he had been trending nicely entering the week with all of his missed cuts that he put up, having some fun with himself, but certainly a great story and great to see Luke Donald here playing the weekend at the PGA Championship.
He actually played it last week on the DP World Tour in Turkey, missed the cut. He said he was able to get back home, get a little practice in. And here from 70 yards.
Well played there. And a chance for birdie at the par 5. Even par for Donald.
Morikawa, who won the PGA Championship at Harding Park in 2020, connecting with the fans here as he steps up onto the launching pad at the 14th. Which is one of the more exciting holes you'll see because it can be driven. We showed you the highlight of Max Homa almost making a hole-in-one yesterday, and you can see we've had 6 eagles on this par 4 this week. T5G on 14, powered by 5G solutions from T-Mobile for Business, is elevating the viewing experience, leveraging T-Mobile's 5G to deliver a reimagined tee box using augmented reality and AI to enhance the analytics of the golfers and the 14th hole. There's a Cam Young, the first 2 rounds, and he's on this tee box live right now. And there are a lot of things to analyze and sort out when you step on this tee, when you make some decisions what to do with it, Trev.
Absolutely. Round 1, you saw how he went down the left-hand side, so was a little more scared on the second round. Just 296 to the front, so we're going to see players taking a cut at this green with less than driver at times. And oof, he's blasted that out to the right. That's behind the 15th tee.
Let's go back to the 3rd.
And Bryson's 3rd.
Anything rolling at the hole with any speed runs the risk of running by at least 30 feet down the shelf.
It was so well played. You see how softly that came up, how vertical it was. So chance there to remain at 4 under. We go to 6.
And Victor Hovland with the long birdie putt. Hovland finished 3rd last year at the PGA Championship and was the runner-up 2 years ago at Oak Hill. And a little work left for his par here at the 6th. Over at 4, Hitsatsune in the greenside bunker. Look at this. How about it? The 81st hole out this week by the field. So we have been seeing them go in, and Hitsatsune adds to the list. Moving day at the PGA Championship.
All right, Rory again is going to begin this third round on the par 5 10th hole. There have been reports that Rory was one of those this week that saw his driver tested. Now, this is not anything unusual. This happens. The USGA at a number of events, including the major championships. Not unusual. Been reports. No names have been given out, but there are reports out there that Rory was one of those who had a driver that was deemed to be non-conforming. And there has been a statement that was released by the Chief Championships Officer of the PGA of America, Kerry Haig, which I think he put it in a pretty good perspective here. He said the standard process is for about a third of the field to be randomly tested under the program. That was the case here. And we'll watch Chris Kirk get his round started.
From Northern Ireland, the 2012 PGA champion, Rory McIlroy.
So Kerry Haig went on to acknowledge that Quail Hollow, again, is something that happens. These random tests, about 50 were tested. He says finding driver heads that have crept over the line of conformance is not an unusual occurrence, especially for clubs that are hit thousands of times over a long period of time.
Especially at these speeds. And there were several that were found non-conforming this week. Not unusual.
So with a new driver, he belts it here for his first shot of a round where he needs to go low today.
Yeah, he sure does. Rory had a backup ready, and with this new technology, you just go ahead and screw the driver head off. You keep the shot, you put a new head on, and away you go.
From California, the 2024 PGA champion, Xander Schauffele.
So he's back playing alongside Xander Schauffele for the third straight day. Scotty had been the third member of their grouping on Thursday and Friday, but both Xander and Rory come into the weekend at +1.
Starting the day 9 behind. Needs something low. Quite interesting with Xander and Rory. They were initially supposed to go off at 8:25 in a pairing, but then once all of that was changed after the dangerous weather, now going out at 1:38 more than 5 hours later.
They also got a chance to really have some scoring holes earlier in the round, maybe gain some momentum as they get dispatched to the 10th hole. They have the U-shaped starting times when you have to go split tees.
That's right.
So they're on the other side, and maybe he can get something going when you got holes like 10 right here, 14 and 15. Of course, you got to survive 16 through 18. Well, last year at Valhalla on this very weekend, what a finish it was. Battling with Bryson. The winning putt circled the cup for his first major title. It wouldn't be long before he won another one at Royal Troon in July. 21 under par. Xander Schauffele. That moment when the career never is going to be the same again. The 11th wire-to-wire winner in the history of this championship. And he shot 21 under, the lowest 72-hole score in relation to par in major history.
You talk about kick-starting a career. He was one of those players. So many questions. Does he have what it takes to get it done in a major championship? Gets that first win and followed it up immediately with a win at the Open.
Let's go to 3.
And this is the man he beat last year. DeChambeau was over the green, chipped to hit. That's a great fall. So DeChambeau, he could very much be an irritant to the leaderboard today, the way he plays. Looking for major number 3 to 2.
And this is Ryan Gerard. Fantastic story. Opened with 66.72. Just bogeyed the first hole though. But a good chance for a birdie bounce back here. 81st in the official World Golf ranking. Here's Ben Ahn at 14.
And Ben Ahn gonna hit a low shot in here and put on the brakes. Oh, that's how you do it.
Oh my God.
Should have gone.
I think so. He's just hanging over that edge.
How can that be? Let's go to 15.
And the birdie putt for Luke Donald. Unable to take advantage of the par 5.
Over to the putting green. Jonathan Vegas will be striding over to the first hole here shortly, about 15 minutes away. But now we have the next to last grouping. And this includes Scotty Scheffler, about to begin round 3.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 1:44 starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome from the Republic of Korea, Si Woo Kim.
I was going to jump in there and put Si Woo on the tee.
I thought he was faking us out for a second.
He's got that beautiful flowing swing. You sent him out first in the international team at the President's Cup against Justin Thomas. Si Woo got a win for you.
This is a player who loves the big stage.
Was with that magnificent hole-in-one yesterday at the 6th from over 250 yards out.
From Arizona, Max Homa.
You talk about a record at Quail Hollow. Look no further than Max Homa. We know Rory's won here 4 times, but he had his big breakthrough win in 2019 when his career was really down and out. And then he came here in that President's Cup and was 4-0 in 2022 for the American side.
Great way to start right here.
From Texas, Scotty Scheffler.
Not a lot of experience at Quail Hollow. He was on, of course, that President's Cup team in 2022. He just ran away from the field 2 weeks ago in Dallas. He has the potential to do that at any time, and that could happen today. We don't know, but wouldn't be surprised. First, though, he's got to overtake 4 in front of him.
And this is the 7th time that he's in the top 5 through 36 holes in a major since 2022.
Center cut tee shot, too, for Scotty. Back over to the other side, getting a round started with this group, including McIlroy at the 10th.
A drive of 319 yards, so his second shot into the par 5. That one a little bit wide for Rory, but a chance to get up and down and begin his round with a birdie here today.
Almost like he felt like he had too much club and he was trying to take some off of it with the big high cut.
Now over at the 4th, here is DeChambeau with his tee shot at the par 3.
And the flag cut just 5 paces over that bunker, Andrew. That's 9-iron.
Has the right club, Mark.
He's striking it well early in the going.
And that was the thing that he had talked about trying to work on, his irons entering the week as we go to 2.
And the local man lives here in North Carolina, went to the University of North Carolina. Been a great story. Jumped out of the boxes so well with that 66 on Thursday. Over to 5.
Isatsune with the approach.
He's been struggling to get it all the way back to the hole, but Rio does a better job.
One of the better ones. Back over at 10.
Yeah, see the drive for Xander, trying to make birdie for the 3rd consecutive day. He made the cut for the 64th consecutive event. That is the longest active streak on tour.
It's hard work just for Xander to make the cut. He had to play the last 7 or 8 holes and a couple under.
See if that one gets up there. It'll probably just work back down. Still a good chance for him to make birdie again here today at the 10th. Beautiful day in Charlotte, and our final grouping is moving closer. Jonathan Vegas, the overnight leader. His tee time is coming up on CBS.
I'm going to stop up there.
Drivers, start your engines. Green lights are on for the 107. Drivers, start your engine. Green lights are on for the 107th PGA Championship here in Charlotte. The track is slick and several drivers are struggling to find their grip early. Vegas slingshots to the front, grabbing the lead after lap number 1. Oma takes advantage of fresh tires and he pulls into the lead lap. Watch out, here comes the world's #1 Schauffele, and wow, Kim came out of nowhere. Halfway down, halfway to go here in Charlotte. Vegas continues to lead.
We return live to the first with Scottie Scheffler, his approach into this opening hole.
That from 219 back into the wind, playing every bit of 235.
A little pull here, Colt.
We've seen a lot of that lately from him.
Left is better than right, but it's going to be lie dependent.
To 4.
And DeChambeau for birdie.
Spent a lot of time looking at this read over the hill.
Just off the mark, and a short one to remain at 4 under. Back to 1.
You see that flag really starting to kick up the southwester, causing some havoc down there, Colt.
Yes, it is really blowing. It is going to be difficult for these guys out here today.
We'll see. We're also missing it left.
Coming from that thick rough, took a huge cut at it. Not a terrible leave if it's in the bunker.
Stepping in here, Max Homa, good tee shot.
Beautiful tee shot, 200 yards left. Tell you what, Trevor, his warm-up looked really good.
Trying to hit a little hold up with that right to left wind.
Oh, he's held it up too much. This is going right.
May have enough angle to where he doesn't have to come over the shoulder.
So they all three missed the green at 1. Wind direction. It is gusty out here. Look at the direction too of the wind, how it's the first 2 days it's in the same direction, southwest. But today, again, playing the same wind currents, if you will, but gusting at times up to 28.
Yeah, it's going to kick up throughout the afternoon, which is going to make everything firm up a little more and make that green mile even tougher because the wind is blowing straight across those finishing holes.
Let's go to 10.
And Rory with his 3rd. Where will it stop? Unable to hold the green. Let's go back to 1.
Those look, they're all lined up here in the same pose. Those final anxious moments.
Oh yeah.
Before you get it started. What's the feeling?
It's anxious, it's nervousness, it's excitement, it's a combination of all of those things. Going through your last second checks of getting everything ready to go, but there will absolutely be some nerves involved in this. You just want to get off to a rock solid start and get it down the fairway.
They go right in that order they stood. It'll be Vegas, and then Pavon, then Fitzpatrick.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 1:55 starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome from Venezuela, Jonathan Vegas.
From Venezuela to Austin and the University of Texas where the great coach John Fields first saw him in action at the Junior Worlds, and now a resident of Houston. Vegas, our leader the first 2 days.
This is right, Jim. Cutting a touch very high.
I heard a lot of wood.
Yeah, into the forest.
From France, Matthew Pavon.
32-year-old who won at Torrey Pines a year ago. He was a contender up the road at Pinehurst last June in the U.S. Open. Was paired with Bryson.
Set out a more conservative, solid line.
That's right. He was 12th in the Masters as well last year.
Well, he was in that final pairing at Pinehurst.
And from England, Matthew Fitzpatrick.
30-year-old who won at Brookline, the U.S. Open 2022. Had a thrilling win, too, in a playoff in Harbortown down at Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Takes a second look at it. No need to be concerned. That's dead center. So here we go. We're off and running to find out come 7 o'clock tomorrow night who will get the Wanamaker and the checkered flag.
Drivers, start your engines. Green lights are on for the 107th PGA Championship here in Charlotte. The track is slick and several drivers are struggling to find their grip early. Vegas slingshots to the front, grabbing the lead after lap number 1. Oma takes advantage of fresh tires and he pulls into the lead lap. Watch out, here comes the world's #1 Schauffele, and wow, Kim came out of nowhere. Halfway down, halfway to go here in Charlotte. Vegas continues to lead. There's still a long way to go before victory lane here in Charlotte.
Yes, Charlotte Motor Speedway. That certainly had the attention of the racing community. There's, of course, again, the headquarters of NASCAR, the Hall of Fame. But this right now is the track we're concerned about. Quail Hollow over at 1. Rascal Flats, by the way, accompanying that piece so well. As the pitch by Schauffele runs out about 18 feet. Let's go to 5.
320 over the bunker down the right, and that is red lined.
Just smashed. Wind helping out of the right, and those bunkers down there at more than 300. No problem.
Back at 1 with Homa.
Got some green to work with, but it does run away from him. Oh, and that sounded heavy, Trevor. No spin at all.
Yeah, great call. A little too much sand. Kind of nervy start from the last 2 groupings here.
This first hole is no joke right now.
Let's go to 7.
Rahm drove it left off the tee, advanced it to here. He just bogeyed the previous hole. Oh, this is good. Controlled the spin beautifully as these breezes continue to kick up. Oops. Ducked the divot to 1.
And now, can Siwoo do any better?
He's got in an area that was just raked, so really clean lie can put some spin on it. Well, that was a big swing.
Settle.
That was pretty good. Great technique. Had the face way open, the hands down, lots of knee flicks. Well played.
To 2.
JT Poston, another North Carolina man. Made a long putt at the first. Another good one here at the second. He's not mailing it in. 1 under par through 2, 5 under total. Back to 1.
Let's see if Homa can deliver a little par here. So there's 1 surrendered. Scotty will be next from about the same distance on the other side. First, though, to 7.
If you're a Rambo fan, famous quote, nothing is over, nothing. He gets to 4 under, and he is only 4 back. Another player looking for major number 3. Back to 1.
Can Scotty save par?
Got to be defensive here. Straight downhill, down grain.
He sure was defensive. Just his second bogey on the front 9 this week.
To 10.
And the 4th for McIlroy. So Rory has that short one to save par at his opening hole. Up to 14.
Echeverria. 304 yards to the hole today at this par 4.
And look at that wind kicking up. It's helping out of the left here at 14. This is a nice line.
Go get him, guys. Go Baylor.
Oh my goodness, is this some shot? Echeverria. That for eagle.
Kind of reminiscent of Homer yesterday, who hit it to just a kick in.
Back to 1. Schauffele made bogey, and that curling putt drops for Siwoo.
And good to see him using the long putter. I like his stroke much better than when he goes with the short one.
Back to 10.
And Schauffele couldn't hold the green with his 3rd, so just off the green, going with putter and a long birdie attempt. He's got it. So Xander opens with a birdie. To 1.
Fitzpatrick.
That is 5-iron on a beautiful trajectory.
Bullet, Duddy. Just 59-foot apex there. That's a wonderful shot, particularly after the struggles we've seen so far. Coming into 1. Now Pavon.
Racing by Top Tracer is brought to you in partnership with Rolex.
Same club, Trevor.
Asking for the fade.
Nope.
Get it.
Did stay out of the longer stuff, though, so that will help his chances.
Really howling out there, isn't it, Dottie?
It is, and it's pretty much straight into the player's face. Vegas, there is a window opening 20 yards in front, a tree to negotiate.
Well, he pulled it off as far as finding the window.
But the stance is going to be awkward.
Maybe, maybe not, yeah.
It could be tricky there. He's a big man. May have some issues with the back foot. But all in all, quite well done, really, from that spot. Let's take a look at this flight here. He did have a nice gap. Cutting across it to get that left to right spin. Getting it up and down would be massive for his confidence here. Remember yesterday, he finished round 2 with a double bogey at 18.
Here's Bryson at the 5th.
Uphill about 5 yards, trying to drive that in low, but that's a little late with a delivery, Jim.
It sure was. A massive in-to-out path. The face was hung open. Weak shot.
At 11.
Defending champ Xander at the par 4. .475 yards. The 11th, dogleg left. Got to fire it out over those bunkers. And I believe he's found one of them. Ah, Siwoo. There's the target line. Try and knock it with driver. Out over that tree in the corner.
Big wind, just got to be careful not to go through here, Ian.
He doesn't really hit many draws, Finchy, so this is an awkward tee shot for him.
Actually, not too bad, right? I mean, it could have got into the thicker stuff.
Soft bounce for sure helped it.
That helped. Well, we've already seen the Ryder Cup captain for the European side. Now we're going to see the Keegan Bradley, Ryder Cup captain for the US team. And both captains playing well. In fact, none of the team beat Donald in the opening round with the lowest score of all. Now, just a fairway wood for Max, Colt.
Him and his coach, John Scott, really focusing on keeping the hands out in front of him on the way back so he doesn't get stuck like with that iron shot on the first.
And that's perfect. Down the corner. They're about 60 yards short of where Bryson DeChambeau hit it earlier. Bryson just ripped it straight over the top. Here we go, over to 14.
Maverick McNeely on the tee at 1 under. They let him hit up. We just saw Echeverria knocking just a couple of feet away off the tee.
This looks like a carbon copy.
Oh, you're not kidding. Come on now. Oh my goodness, that's inside of Nicklaus. Could we see that kind of history today? A hole out on a par 4. I mean, it is under attack as we go to Vegas at the first. On his tippy toes, Dottie.
Yeah, good idea to get this club a little more upright, maybe choke down a little bit. The tendency would be for this to go left.
That wind is not going to help you keep your balance.
Yep, stubbed it. The idea was good, though. He went with a less lofted club, trying to just bump it on the ground.
Okay, Scotty Scheffler, he'll go over the top for sure. Driver.
This is aggressive. Starts way left and a mile in the air. If it covers, it's really good.
134 feet apex.
Oh, that is perfect.
Absolutely perfect.
He's down there in the Bryson zone.
Yeah, less than 100 yards in, makes it a birdie hole. Back to 1.
Pavone.
Needs to settle if he's going to have a simpler putt. That is going to be quick.
Quite interesting. We have 2 players in the final grouping who both chip cross-handed. Fitzpatrick and Pavone.
It's amazing. Now let's go back over to 5. Remember Bryson last year at the PGA pulled out from off the green 3 different times, including at the 72nd. He's nearly dead there.
He's looking pretty good so far, isn't he?
He is. It was actually when he holed out. It was on Saturday, the 54th hole, when he knocked it in and got thousands behind him. Let's go to 11.
And Rory. Just a little draw into that back left hole location. Beautifully played. Approach play hasn't been up to Rory's standards this week, but that's pretty good.
Remember when he got his first win on tour here and he was on the cut line going into Saturday? Amazing. Can he do the same?
Well said. Back at 1 now.
It was in 2010. Hold a 40-foot putt on the 18th green. And it was welcome to the big time. Rory McIlroy. For par.
Putter's been a friend of his all week.
He's going to run out. It's not going to be an easy one coming back, Dottie.
No, it will not.
Get the change out the pocket.
At 14, Echeverria for eagle. We're seeing eagles today. Matt Wallace from the greenside bunker holding out. Echeverria without a par so far to begin his day. Look at that.
And he's hoping for a birdie up the par 5. Extend that stretch of no pars.
At 11.
And Xander from the bunker. We saw the tee shot. Middle of the green would be a good shot here. They've been out here all day because they were supposed to go off first just after 8 o'clock. They'd warmed up. They're all ready to go. When they blew the horn, they were on their way to the first tee. It's been a long day for he and Rory. Back to 1.
And Fitzpatrick saw the line on the Vegas par attempt, so he ends up over borrowing a little bit after seeing Vegas lose it on the low side.
Better speed, though.
Easy, stress-free par it is for Matt as we go to the 2nd.
Okay, Colt. Max's 2nd, 162.
Helping wind off the left. He has pitching wedge. That one's got to get up.
Yeah, it was a long way to go with pitching wedge uphill, even though the breeze is down.
Better short than long, though.
Oh, 100%. That's so quick down there. That one.
Pavon for par. Beautiful putt.
Oh, yeah. That was right in the heart. Confidence builder.
And back to 2.
Just from the rough, downwind, hard to control the spin.
He's got 9-iron out, and y'all said you don't want to go above it. This one's carrying some speed.
Oh, that'll be interesting. You'd hope someone would give you 4 there and go to the next. That'll be a difficult 2-putt.
Talk about a difficult moment. You're already assured of losing at least 1. You're coming off a closing double the day before, and now to avoid a double to begin the next round. There you go. Tee shot got him. But he still leads by 1. With 3 just a shot behind. Let's go to 2.
Oh, what a great view here of Scotty Scheffler.
Time for the #1 player in the world to attack right here. Just a sand wedge from 110.
Spin. Settle down. All right, that's an easy putt from there. That's where JT Poston hold it from. Playing in wind on the 3rd round here, like we did last week. Very windy conditions. It's good to see the guys struggle a little bit with the wind. Keegan now at the 8th. Putting well is Keegan. Look at that.
PGA Junior League, bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. Out to the play at the 11th.
Yeah, this won't be very easy at all, although the ball's sitting nicely in that rye rough. Settle down. You could hear the greens firming up. The wind will really dry them out. Not much rain this morning, just a bit of lightning. Now Pavon from France.
With this wind, you've got to give yourself more room to cut the corner to keep it in the fairway. Kind of a reverse dog leg.
Oh, he's done well, Dottie. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Both he and Fitzpatrick share the same PGA coach, and in fact, PGA teacher and coach of the year back in 2020.
Watch
Mark
this.
Blackburn.
He's trying to hoist this over the trees. So watch what he does on the downswing here. He hangs his head well behind the ball and then actually pushes back even more to launch it.
Now, Mark Blackburn got a few steps in from end to end on that range this morning, Ian.
I bet he did. 2 totally different swings there. So much more rotation from Fitzpatrick. Look at that. That is a huge drive.
Sign of a great teacher that your students don't all look the same.
That's way up there. That wind must be really making a difference, Dottie.
Absolutely it is. And it's a dry wind, unlike yesterday.
No top 10s in nearly a year for Matt Fitzpatrick. Last year's Memorial, he tied 5th, was his last one.
We know Johnny's got the power.
Oh, yeah.
He's got extra in the tank if necessary.
Yeah, that's a V12 engine in that stock car. May have just caught the top of the tree. Yeah, they're running over to find it. So 2 in the fairway, 1 to the left here at the 2nd.
Oh, the wind got it. Wow.
Rory for birdie. Well, it wasn't even close, was it? Just a couple of pars for Rory. Remains 1 over par. Hard to get going again in your first major after winning a major. It's a different feel. At 14 now, and McNeely. How about that for Eagle?
At that, Eagles in back-to-back groupings. Echeverria, then McNeely, bring it live here to 18. Hello, friends. Jim Nance, along with the Masters champion Trevor Immelman here in Charlotte, North Carolina, with this little gem right next to it. This not so little, the Wanamaker Trophy, the first name ever on it, Jim Barnes, 1916. The most recent name added back here is Xander Schauffele.
Right.
Whose name will be on it this week? You look at the leaderboard, we're seeing some big names rise up to the top now.
All of a sudden starting to rise. You look at those players that are just 3 back: Rahm, DeChambeau, Scheffler. 6 majors between the 3 guys. The cream is starting to rise to the top. Those are the players that know what it takes to get done. And as these conditions start to get tougher, the wind kicking up, greens getting firmer, they're going to be absolutely loving that situation.
Yeah, it's very windy out here today, and Vegas has already stumbled at the start. Where do you think this round is going?
Well, it's quite interesting. Just 2 holes ago, he was 10 under for the tournament. Right. He double bogeyed his 18th hole yesterday and now starts with the untidy bogey. Not too much experience when it comes to major championships. Never had a top 20 in a major in his 16 starts. So it's going to be interesting. I'm keeping an eye on his putting. The last 5 seasons on tour, he's never been inside the top 130 in strokes gained putting. That's the club I think he needs to help him have a chance to get it done.
Let's get back out to the 11th.
Defending champ with his name on the back of that trophy, Jimmy. Made a 20-footer at 10 and a really good par save here at 11. Very good pressure putter is Xander Schauffele. Okay, Matt Pavon set to go here at the 2nd.
Pitching wedge. 127 front, 7 more.
Started out on a good line.
Does it stay?
You've got to land it just over that first little bit of false front. Feeds back down the slope.
Common theme here.
That's for sure. Over to 3.
Siwoo now with the breeze, cross breeze today, Cole.
Not an easy tee shot here today, Frank. Got to start it up the left and let the wind move it, and that's exactly what Siwoo's done.
The breeze is too strong at the moment to fight. It's an excellent tee shot. Of course, in pristine condition, what you'd expect at a major championship. Back to the 2nd.
They're back in the trees. It's got a little gap we can see from behind in the pine straw, Dottie, for Vegas.
He does. It would require another low one, but this one going left as opposed to right at the last hole. 109 front, 116 hole. Ball sitting okay. He's just going to have to keep it low for, gosh, probably 20 yards to clear the trees, but another 40 to clear the long rough.
And that's exactly going to be the issue, Dottie. He has to make sure that he carries that rough, otherwise it's just going to get gobbled up. Do you like going with the small gap, or do you like just playing out further to the right and leaving yourself a little further in?
If you play out to the right, you've got to be careful not to get it too far to the right because of the hard downslope, but I think that's the conservatively smart play. I think it's a big risk at this point in the proceedings with the momentum the way it is to risk it left.
Yes, I think the main thing here is to avoid the trees, get it out, get it back into play. Now, does he want to be brave and try and get enough hook spin on the ball from such a short distance to get it up around the green? But so hard to hit it low from only this distance.
Yeah, more that way, yeah. Perfect, that's good, perfect.
Given the stake he's moving, I'm tending to think he is looking more to the right.
Yeah, he's going right and trying to maybe get some hook spin on this to get it up to the short right side of the green as he plays the hole.
8 iron. Just caught the stuff exactly as we talked about, Trevor.
Yeah, that's a good result from being in a bad spot.
Yeah, when you hit it out of play, the first thing you have to do is get it back in play. For everyone at home, don't compound the issues.
Now Schauffele, bogey birdie, first 2 rounds on the 3rd.
This one on an identical line to Siwoo. Starts at the left, now fading.
That's excellent. Interesting. Quail Hollow, they say, normally suits a draw. A lot of cutters on that leaderboard at the moment.
Longest drive of the day here for Fitzpatrick at the 2nd.
That's just 68 yards to the hole.
Oh.
And that's some bad luck.
Yeah, it's a bad break. You know, if he could have, it had so much spin on it. If it misses the flag, it spins back a little bit to the hole as well. I don't think it goes too long. A little unfortunate.
Now at the 3rd front bunker for Michael Thorbjornsen. Amazingly talented young player. And there is a ridge in this green. A yard more, that would have been close. Instead, that'll be dragged back. We go back to the 2nd.
His scrambling's been good this week, 8 from 12. Can he do it again? They all feel long so much here because it's so difficult coming down that so many come up short.
This is a messy, messy start.
At 9 now.
John Rahm.
That's from 226 into the monstrous par 4, and that is beautiful.
200 for the day. Suddenly in the thick of it. Right at 4 under par. 3 off the lead. Might even get closer here in a minute. Let's go to 3.
My fellow countryman Ryan Fox, one of the last players in the field, courtesy of a win last week, Myrtle Beach. And he gets it into red numbers for the day. Good start. That is his longest make of the week. This was just last week in the playoff, 3-man playoff. Great sporting background, the Fox family. We added one more. Grandpa played for New Zealand, so did Dad. Ryan, a winner on the PGA Tour. We go to 18.
This is just the 2nd group to reach the 18th, which was such a brute yesterday. Bo Hostler. Oh, what's so tough about this?
Goes out in even par 36.
And we go back to the 2nd.
Wise choice using the putter here at 2.
Surrounds are as good as any greens you'll find anywhere else.
Yeah, they're better than the greens I grew up on, that's for sure.
I'm with you.
His father also a great soccer player, Frank. Matt Pavon's dad.
A lot of good sportsmen in the field.
Yes.
Here at the 6th, there has not been a birdie all day. Tough hole location today. DeChambeau 50 feet away. That's a pretty good putt for Bryson.
I'll say so. That hole location impossible. 3, a fantastic score on this hole, Andrew.
To 3.
Now the par putt now for Thorbjornsen. That's a poor putt, but if you want to look, get your crystal ball out in the future, that is the name to keep your eye on. Back to 2.
Well, he knows the line, having seen Pavon.
Little bump coming off the fringe, lost some momentum.
Bad start, bogey, bogey. The championship leader will drop back to 6 under in a tie now. Here we are at 12.
Yeah, I'm at Xander, by the way, with that bogey. We got 14 players now within 2 shots of the lead.
Yeah, and that poor start really has brought a lot of people back into it.
Just riding the ridge right here.
I don't think it's going to stay up.
Yeah, it settles off the green, riding that ridge and into the swale and beyond. The 107th PGA Championship on CBS is sponsored by Jeep. There's only one. Chrome Tour from Callaway, the new gold standard. And by Progressive, bundle, home, and auto and save. Well, you want people to know you're from Charlotte. Don't call it downtown, you call it uptown.
That's right.
It's when you know someone's legitimately calling Charlotte their hometown. So we go to McIlroy at the 12th.
After a 350-yard drive, just grabs onto the back edge.
That pitch mark's going to be right next to the cup.
And I tell you what, after Vegas's poor start, everybody's back in it here.
To 2.
And momentarily co-lead, but could be the outright lead. Just the par.
2 putts, 2 high misses.
Have to mention that Mark Blackburn is helping out. Matt Fitzpatrick's regular caddy is Mike Walker, dealing with a family matter at home as we go to the 3rd.
Scotty second.
188 to the hole, 185 to get up top. I think you have to land it down below, Frank.
It's trying just like that, Colt. It's on the right level. Prides himself, as usual, on his distance control. That should feature as the day goes on. Back to 2.
Firm just inside the left. Good save for the par.
Back-to-back holes where he's made good putts to save par.
We've had 3 French female major champions, but never a male champion in a major championship. Can Pavon be the first?
Well, that leaderboard not quite representing exactly where we are because Vegas is not in the hole yet at 2. So it's going to be a bogey. So it's going to be 4 tied at 6. Then Ryan Fox at 5. And then imagine this, all of a sudden the big names like Scotty, John and Bryson and Tony and Max, all of them only 2 back. Remember on Thursday it was a leaderboard that, well, a lot of folks had names on there that there was not great familiarity. But this is why you play 72 holes. So 25 players within 3 shots of the lead. Look at these at 4, just 4 back at 2 under par. Right in it. Let's go back out to the 3rd hole.
Longest of the 3, Siwoo.
He smashed that tee shot. Just 166 left.
Flighted it down.
This man doesn't miss the center of the face very often.
It's a little uphill, just slightly short of the hill. Still fine. Birdie the more to 4.
And Ryan Fox coming off birdie now at the par 3. Playing 177 today. It's the only par 3 on the course that is under 200 yards. And he'll have a chance to make it back-to-back birdies. To 9.
John Rahm has a look at birdie.
Okay, but par's a good score at 9 and going out in 33 with the poor start from Vegas. He is right in the thick of this, and he's going to be happy with that. Did finish tied for 14th at the Masters, but made the cut on the numbers, so it's been a little while since he's had a legitimate shot in a major.
Key tee shot for Bryson here, 7.
Boy, he has showed up and bludgeoned one, Frank. That's handsome.
193 mile an hour ball speed right down the middle. It's the only par 5 on the front 9. And he couldn't put it in a better position. Now to 3, Vegas.
Wind helping and pushing to the right. The fairway would certainly help the cause.
Sometimes it takes a couple of holes to settle down. It's much needed. Rarefied here. Final groups in major championship. Saturday or Sunday. A lot of people in Venezuela will be watching.
By the way, the Wanamaker Trophy has just left the Super Tower. It's on the move. The PGA of America is going to make sure it's kept under a watchful eye because there's some history here as it's on its way to its next location. It's been a symbol of greatness since 1916, and seeing that it's one of the largest trophies in all of sports, it's hard to imagine that anyone could just misplace the massive prize. But that's exactly what happened 100 years ago. And here's the story. Known as the father of professional golf, Walter Hagen won 11 majors, including 5 PGA championships. The 1925 PGA marked his second of 4 straight titles, allowing him to retain sole possession of the Wanamaker until 1928, when Leo Deagle shocked the world and upset Sir Walter. When Hagen was asked to finally hand over the trophy, he was forced to admit that he'd lost it 3 years prior, after that 1925 win. Legend has it that Hagen left the Wanamaker behind in a Chicago taxi cab after a night on the town. He claimed that he paid the driver to deliver it to his hotel, but it never showed up. Years passed before the trophy was found nearly 300 miles away in the basement of a Detroit factory. Nobody knows how it got there. It could not be explained back then and still can't be figured out today. In its absence, the PGA of America had a duplicate of the Wanamaker created, and that's the trophy we know today. The original, the PGA holds on to it just in case they need a backup.
Yes, just in case. Walter Hagen. Oh, yeah, here it comes to a new location for people to see it, celebrate it. Hagen's name is on there 5 times. Jack Nicklaus's name is on there engraved 5 times. At the 3rd hole,
Siwoo Kim to get to 7 under in the lead.
Not a lot of break in it, just got to give it enough. But nothing wrong with par here at the 3rd today, Frank.
He looks solid so far. We'll go to 12.
Here's Xander. Miles away.
Got to give it a big hit up at that ridge. It's just climbed over. Keep going.
Look at that. It's misjudged. It is a severe slope. Now at 14, Tom Kim.
This is second. Made a couple eagles here during the President's Cup. Almost another, but just a tap-in birdie.
Back to 3.
Scotty on the right level.
Huge crowds out here, Frank. They're just looking for something to cheer for, but this start is so difficult.
You've got 3 par 4s. 1 bends to the right, 2nd bends to the left, this one straight. Get that scoring stretch, 7 through to 15. We go to 4.
And the birdie attempt for Fox. He runs that one by. The last player to win on tour and then win a major the following week. You got to go back 11 years. McIlroy winning in Akron and then Valhalla. 3.
Good save by Max Homa. Drove it right off the tee.
Yesterday after his round, I saw him spending a ton of time on the putting green. Paid off with a beautiful stroke there.
To 12.
And can Rory get going for birdie? At 15.
Harris English at the par 5. And he drops that one in. So English has now made birdie at 3 of his last 4 holes to 12.
And now for the par. Boy, that is some stroke.
Oh, yeah. With conviction right into the back. And just 6 behind, Jim. Just 6 behind.
We see 6-shot comebacks on Sundays. It's just Saturday. Aerial coverage coming from Wingfoot One of Goodyear's 4 blimps across the United States and Europe, providing coverage of the world's biggest events. It's the first PGA Championship in North Carolina since 2017 here. Of course, there's one up the road at Tanglewood, not that far away, about an hour-and-a-half drive, back in 1974, where Lee Trevino won. Top Tracer tracing this hour is brought to you by Top Tracer. We're at the 3rd.
Rather quick swing of Matt Fitzpatrick.
Everything's pretty quick, pretty organized. 7-iron. 176 top deck wind blowing toward the flag.
Yeah, just turned the toe on that. Got away with it, carrying the bunker, so that makes that third shot a little easier.
And that's the thing, when you've got a little over the top move with the path going left, if you do chase the toe and the face matches the path, you're going to get a hot pull.
Now left rough, Pavon.
Frankie's actually pulled a pretty decent lie. Playing quickly again. 164 total, 161 top pitching wedge.
Just hoisted it up. Denied by that slope, so it'll be dragged back into the bunker. Little French flair for Pavon. Comes from Toulouse, southern area of France. Go Vegas.
Good thing going for Johnny right now is that he is going into a stretch of the golf course he has yet to make a bogey this week. Numbers 3 through 9, all clean.
And from a mental standpoint, Dottie, he's almost got to try and erase what's happened on the last couple of holes and reset. Try and find a positive. Okay, I'm still tied for the lead. Let's just fall back into the rhythm that I had the first couple of days and start to string some good shots together.
Back to the basics.
You can see he's in between clubs. 8's probably too much.
This is 9, yes. Contact was solid, left of the flag.
It's safe on the putting surface. That's about it. Trying to be the 3rd South American major champion. Not riding on these next 2 days. To 4.
And now Fox to remain 1 back.
Oh boy, that did not look very good at all. Barely got to the hole from just a few feet.
Over to 7.
Rio hits Satsuni nearly wet with the second. Mammoth putt. Well done from there. It's a steep slope you have to go up. 23-year-old having a great PGA Championship. 4.
And Siwoo Kim, who has 6 hole-in-ones on tour since 2016, Colt.
That's a lot of expensive bar tabs. And that's another good-looking shot from Siwoo.
A chance to get to 7 under.
By the way, he'll pay them too. He's not afraid.
At the 8th, Tony Finau, long bunker shot. Oh, beautifully played. Bounced it into that steep bank there, Trev. 1 under through 7. Chance to get a couple under today.
It's Satsuni, former Rookie of the Year on the European Tour. It was a couple of years ago. His tremendous performance. 2 birdies, rest pars through his first 7 holes. And this is the attackable stretch. To 4.
Scheffler's tee shot.
Also an 8-iron for Scheffler.
Oh, and it comes out. What a shot by Scotty.
That'll get him going.
He's been looking for something to jumpstart his round, and he just found it. Bogey at the opening hole, and then back-to-back pars, but a great chance for birdie here at the 4th. To 3.
Pavon, his 3rd.
0 for 2 from the bunkers this week.
7 to rely on the short game, Dottie. It's not a good sign on a windy day.
Unexpected, but not good sign, yes.
Across to 8. Very short par 4. Finau to get to 5 under. He is in the mix. It's all changed in the last hour now, that leaderboard.
Yeah, right now we've got 27 players within 3 strokes of the lead.
Yeah, back at the 3rd, Fitzpatrick.
Cross-handed ball back. chasing it across the slope.
Well done. And still quick, that's for sure. We saw that huge tee shot of DeChambeau, his second at 7.
200 covers everything, hurting wind. That's nuclear 6-iron.
It's not too bad there, Mark.
No, not at all. That's a great break. It would have been much tougher if it dipped down into the bunker.
Would be surprising. 4.
And Schauffele, who played with Siwoo Kim the first 2 rounds in Dallas a couple of weeks ago at the CJ Cup, Byron Nelson shot 61-63 en route to his win. A very comfortable pairing for Schauffele. Max Homa with them as well today. And Scotty taps in for birdie. Schauffele to 5 under par.
And Andrew, after those 2 rounds, Siwoo said, "My game is trash," after watching Scotty do what he did.
Take another look. Right on target, Trevor.
Yeah, hoists it nice and high. You got 6 yards between the bunker and the whole location. Just covers. Schauffele is on the move.
Let's go to 3.
Outside chance for 3.
An awkward one across the elevation change.
Well, the coin scrubbed a little speed off it. Dottie, you won 2 majors. He's just trying to settle in at the moment as we go to 15.
And McNeely has a birdie putt. Yes.
How's this run from Mev?
Right around and in. He's got the best round going on the course right now. He's 4 under par through his first 6 holes. Back at the 4th, it's Homa's second.
And Trevor, he's been working so hard on the golf swing, but to come out here and miss your first 4 greens in regulation, that's got to give you a little stress.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a little unsettling, but hey, the conditions are going to be much tougher than they've seen all week. You look at the trees in the back, that wind is starting to get up. Just got to hang in there.
Another player who missed the green back here at 3. Now the par putt for Vaughn. Wow, that's a couple of good saves early on.
Putter is on fire there, Frank.
His last 11 missed greens, the greens he's missed, he's got them all up and down. Whew.
And Homa now will have this to save par.
Yeah, did not lose his turn. Not a lot in this one, though. Would love to repeat that stroke he made back at the 3rd.
Shot a 64 yesterday. That was a career best for Max at a major. It included a back 930. So some good feelings for Max on the back, but he's got to try to steady it here on the front.
And this wind is giving these guys all kinds of trouble, and it's even on the putting green as well. It's just so gusty. Blows really hard for a couple of minutes, then just completely lays down at times.
Trying to stay stable and read the wind on the break.
That's a big putt for Max. Walks it in, saves par. And remains 2 back to 3.
Finishing up. No problem whatsoever. The Englishman, good solid start. They hit a hole.
And now Siwoo Kim for birdie.
It's all about this club for him right here. Very reliable ball striker. This one can be a little inconsistent, though.
And it goes in, and Siwoo puts his name atop the leaderboard. 7 under par for Siwoo Kim. Never finished in the top 10 at a major. It's a 3.
So Vegas now the chase up. First par of his round. Look up, find himself behind now. So many players back into the picture now. Across to 7. DeChambeau being one of them, the eagle chip.
Frankie wasted no time going to that lofted wedge, just bumble one through the fringe. That was tasty.
No sweat whatsoever for DeChambeau. Should guarantee his birdie and get him to 5 under. We go to 10.
And the third for Rahm at the par 5. Playing 6:06 today. And Rahm will have that putt for birdie. New leader at Quail Hollow is Siwoo Kim, but anything can happen this afternoon with the wind picking up. Should be a great day as the third round rolls on here on CBS.
Well, entering the week, the FedEx Cup standings, the leader, Rory McIlroy. Then Sepp Straka, the winner a week ago at Philadelphia Cricket Club. Get your junior into the game and go to drivechipandputt.com and learn more. And register for a local event near you. We're at the 4th.
And Matthew Pavon with his tee shot.
That is 8 iron away, left and riding the wind.
Well, he'll have a chance to make birdie at the 4th for the 3rd consecutive day. To 8.
the young man from Japan, Ryo Isatsune, for birdie at the 8th. How about that? Just one back now of the lead. 22 years of age. Watching this young fella, Hideki Matsuyama, his idol. Hideki's taking him under his wing as we go to 5.
And we have our tournament leader, Siwoo Kim.
Wind hard off the right. That is a tight little fade right down the center.
Brought the flight down a little too, so getting some roll.
He's won before in the Tar Heel State, up the road in Greensboro.
That's exactly right.
Back to the 4th.
And Fitzpatrick.
It's another 8-iron, but holding itself into the wind more.
Haven't seen one there so far today. Up to 5.
And Scotty coming off the birdie.
That's weird. Another beauty.
Just 2 off the lead. Let's go back to the 4th.
And Vegas.
That is a sleeve of 8-irons. That needs to get down,
Also
Andrew.
lost on the wind riding it.
Okay.
Yeah.
These par 3s, not easy, especially with the wind today as we go to 8.
It certainly is wreaking havoc. Playing alongside Isatsune is Alex Noren, and he too makes a birdie at the 8th. So Noren 5 under par total, 2 under today. At 9.
Tony Finau. He's 2 back.
He's just smoked a drive out here. 320 plus. Helpful at the long 9th. That's well played. Almost a carbon copy of what Rahm did earlier.
At 10.
And Rahm for birdie. Nicely done by Rahm, who moves to within 2 of the lead. His 4th birdie of the day. Now back at the 4th. This hole was created in 2016. Tom Fazio took the land where the former par 5 5th was located, created a new par 3 4th and the 5th as well.
Look at this lie here, Andrew. This is awkward.
Yeah.
Quite sure he didn't practice this before. It's even hard because the shaft itself is so much thinner than the grip, so the feel is completely foreign.
Don't anchor it.
Right.
And that left for a par for Fitzpatrick. To 8.
Can Bryson get it there today? 316 yards to the hole, but he's just going with a 3-wood.
And Finchy, he is relishing the energy he's getting from these throngs of people.
Yes, he loves the big moments and the big crowds. It's not a bad place there. Little cushion under the ball. 183 ball speed with a fairway wood. Pretty impressive.
That's nuts.
It's nuts, isn't it? Just amazing.
And back here at the 4th. See where Pavone is trying to make birdie for the 3rd consecutive day. It'll be Vegas to play first.
This exposed green, wind blowing hard enough to be part of your speed calculations.
Good putt there. To 5.
Here's Siwoo. What a championship for him so far. A hole-in-one and the lead here in the 3rd round.
Just gonna hang on.
He's
really like the only one we've seen get just beyond the hole.
Oh, yeah.
He's so cautious there.
Look, he'll play aggressively. There's no pumping the brakes when it comes to Siwoo.
Scotty at 5.
Yeah, I do.
Dead center today.
I was thinking a hold wedge. You're gonna probably ride it. What do you think? The last hole, barely on the west side of south. Yes, it's not really helping much. Of course, right now the flag is showing that. Right now it is a wedge. Playing 44 to cover the bunker. Right now it's definitely a wedge. You're getting the help. Coming down. Yeah, you should have gotten the white hat just left of it and stink back. Yep. Yeah, that's a good target for you, bud. Yeah, it's great right now.
So he switches out here at the last moment. He played the first 2 days with Xander and Rory and bettered them both by 6 shots.
Trevor, I would say we still haven't seen the best of him yet this week, and he's right there.
Agreed. They were talking about a little hold up here that went strong right to left.
It just died all of a sudden.
Yeah, coming right back at you.
And the flag is laying limp at the moment.
12 yards between the bunker and the hole location. He's trying to fit it into that zone.
Yeah.
Back to the original?
Yeah.
Continue hole.
Yeah, it's great.
So he had the wedge out, was going to try to ride that right to left, and then now switch to the 9, so I expect this to be a hold shot.
I like this because he can take it down out of the wind just a little more.
Boy, he just chipped that. That needs to hustle.
One good bounce.
That's good. Very good. It's good commitment and control when you're feeling unsure.
Back 1 to 4.
And Dottie Pavon must have been watching Vegas's putt closely.
Almost too closely, Andrew.
Yeah. Followed him to the right side of the hole. 211.
And second from the side slope for Rahm. 201 to the back left hole location. Look at that flag. It's almost missed the green so far over there. Oh, he's missed it left. Oh, that hit something hard. I hope that gentleman or lady is okay. But we could hear it.
Right on the top of the head, it looked like.
It did look like that, yes. Oh, he's a big, strong fella. He's all right.
Ears will be ringing, though, I could promise you. I've had a ball land on my head before.
Yeah, I've had a couple as well. It's not pleasant at 4.
And not a pleasant experience for Fitzpatrick here at the par 3. This is the par putt, and a little work left for bogey. To 9.
Tony Finau over a birdie putt to move within 1.
Giddy up. Man, that's the kind of pattern we generally see out of Tony when he's in contention on the weekends. A little short on speed.
4.
Fitzpatrick with bogey. So he falls 2 behind Siwoo Kim. To 8.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, we saw his tee shot. Now Bryson's second.
Putting surface always plays really firm. Good lie from that rough.
Yes, I think having that lie enabled him to play that shot with some roll a little easier than if it had been in the tight turf.
16, a long par 4, Maverick McNeely from the high side. Good things can happen out here. And what a run he has had, too. With that 5 under his last 5 holes. Good things can happen here. Day 3. I hope your head's all right, my friend. It's good. That's good to see. We're enjoying the 3rd round, the 107th playing of the PGA Championship.
What was it? Good. Next time, aim better. Go to the other side. We're all good, man.
I got real worried right there.
No.
You can hear the sound.
We did.
Doing it?
Pretty harmless. I got all the
You all right?
Yeah, we're good.
Keep breathing. Let's go, John. Good shot. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Hey, that's your beer drinking go up now.
That's the coolest shit. It's the weirdest thing.
Well, the gentleman there with the glasses on his hat, he's
right?
been given the assist, that's for sure, as John signs the glove and hands it over to him. He was very concerned. And I can tell you where the ball finished up, it's about going to save him a shot, because down there left was absolutely dead. Impossible to get up and down.
Over at 5, Scheffler for back-to-back birdies.
Here he comes. Scotty Scheffler's within 1 shot of the lead in the 3rd round of the PGA Championship.
Meanwhile, over at 9. Hisatsuni coming in here at 6 under.
Mainly out of the left, trying to figure out if the wind is helping or hurting, and he's misjudged that by a couple clubs.
Back at 5, Siwoo just saw Scotty make in his group. Can he match the birdie? Got so much talent. He's won a Players Championship. He when he won up at Sedgefield in Greensboro. He shot 60 in the second round that year. Won that tournament by 5 shots. Let's go over to 8.
For birdie. DeChambeau to get to 6 under. And he too, right up there in the thick of things with Schauffele. 1 shot back, looking for back-to-back major championships wins in North Carolina. At 5.
Max Homa trying to grind it out here at the start. Just for par.
He's been leaning on this putter all day today.
Delivers again, Colt.
Wow. Short game clinic.
Yep. Has not hit a green in regulation yet. And he's stepping onto that 6th tee, which is a brutal par 3.
Back at 9 is Satsune, who was the European Tour Player of the Year a couple of years ago, the DP World Tour Rookie of the Year, I should say, which is the Sir Henry Cotton Award. Meanwhile, at 5 years, Pavone.
154 covers everything on that line. 163 hole.
Okay, stays in the shorter cut.
Boy, we're at 17. How bunched is this right now, Ian?
It is absolutely incredible, isn't it? We have 16 players at 4 under, 1 leading at 7. Maverick McNeely, best round on the course, 5 under through his first 7 holes. 187. That will be a treacherous little pitch from there, slight downslope. Now let's see what Jon Rahm can do here. Can he make 4? Take advantage of the header from over there long left.
It's trying.
You just know, don't you, Trevor, there, that if you hit it too firm, you can chip it across the green.
Absolutely. Easily done. I've seen it.
At 5, Fitzpatrick. Pretty steep lip in front of him.
That's why there's pitching wedge in his hand.
Roasted it as hard as what he could.
Had to.
Got it in the middle of the green. Retraces its steps back toward the front. Let's go to 9. Bryson off birdie.
Wind off his left. I think that's a little too straight, lining up that bunker.
It's right at 330. Okay, stays out of that in the rough.
Back to Vegas at 5.
Enormous tee shot, lob wedge.
Okay, easy now. This last grouping, Pavone is even. Fitz is +1 and Vegas is 2 over.
Yeah, no mojo at all out of that.
This is a par attempt at 9. Hisatsune. What a save.
Oh, he is just putting so beautifully. 2nd on the week. JT Poston is leading that stat. The young man from Japan making it from everywhere. Look at that front 9 out in 32.
Easy. Let's go to 11.
Can he take advantage? Not to be for Rahm. That will be a bogey. Drops him back to 4 under par for the tournament, but still only 3 back here with the bogey.
They have it.
Oh, I got it.
Well, there's a bit of a wait at the par 3 6th hole. Wind picking up here in Charlotte. Siwoo Kim, well, he likes the 6th hole. Made the hole-in-one yesterday. And why don't we take a look? Because yesterday it played 252 yards. It is the longest ace in major championship history. And the reaction is top-notch from Siwoo. Now the last player to make a hole-in-one the week of a major and go on to win the major was David Toms at the 2001 PGA Championship.
Just look at that right there. Siwoo likes long par 3s. Last year at the Open, 238 at the 17th he made it.
Back here at 5. I'll never forget that David Toms hole-in-one. That was with a 5-wood back then, too, at the 15th hole on Saturday at Atlanta Athletic Club. As Pavone races that one by just a bit, but well done. Of course, David won here as well. Oh, you got to tee it up. Of course, Sellershy does. Here we go. Toms.
Sit on it.
In 2001, when he had that remarkable up and down at the 72nd, or down and 2 from about 90 yards out.
That's right.
Now back here at 5.
Uphill fighting the whole way.
David Toms a winner here at Quail Hollow when the tour came back here 2003. Okay, we're at the 9th, and here's Bryson live.
He's drawing a good lie. Just got to watch out for a jumper out there. It's 9-iron. 175 to the front. Wind helping from the left.
Okay. All in all, not too bad. Yeah, that's exactly what he said. That's not terrible there.
He and Scotty and that group one off the lead. We got Vegas now. Needs something good to happen at the 5th.
Starting to show a little frustration.
Meantime, this group has to be patient. Still waiting at the 6th as we go over to 17.
Yeah, second most difficult hole throughout the first 2 rounds. Here's Maverick using the putter. Was pretty well done from where he was. Had 2 or 3 different breaks.
I actually think this is the toughest hole location on the screen, because if you bail out to the right because you don't want to be in the water, it is so hard to get up and down.
Exactly right.
Back at 5 for par. Okay, walks it in. Not a lot of positivity out of this group right now. Of course, these opening holes will do that to you. In 6, after you get through 5, which is got its own issues and difficulties, you got 6. Some of these things can happen to you here on that green. Can fall off on the back right, the left side, a little false front, a touch.
The only hole today yet to yield a birdie, the 6th hole, but Scotty Scheffler is starting to heat up. The tee shot at the par 3 4th. And this one almost goes in. Tap in birdie for Scheffler at 4, and then he followed it up with this putt at the 5th. Tee at the 6th. But first we go to 5.
Pavone gets down in 2 on that back left side. He stays at 6 under par, all pars.
Yeah, a little bit like Homer, using that short game to just hang in there.
They're ready now at the 6th, Andrew.
That green is clear. See if Scheffler can put one close.
I think he's looking 30 feet right of the hole here. Just no reason to mess with this whole location, but I was wrong again.
He's going at it. And he comes up short. And that is why we've seen the majority of the field just go to the middle of the green. As you said, 35 feet away, Colt. You've got the bunker there and that false front. It's a very small target today. And that's why we've yet to see a birdie.
I mean, I think it would be tough to get close to from 150, let alone 221. Siwoo has 4-iron out, and Andrew, I can confirm that his bar tab at Royal Oaks Country Club back home in Dallas has been open since yesterday.
You got the best sources in the business, Colt.
Guys will do anything for a free drink. This one on an aggressive line as well, needs to fade.
Hang on.
It's the same spot we saw Rahm not be able to get up and down from.
And the final grouping is waiting and watching now as Max Homa is on the tee.
I've seen 5 guys hit this shot so far today, Andrew. Pretty much all of them have gone at it, and I think that's because they know if you get a good lie in that front bunker, it's not the most difficult up and down.
Yeah, I agree with that. Is this one enough?
It's got his attention.
And to the back of the green for Homa at the challenging par 3 6th. 252 yesterday, playing 221 today as we go to 9.
And here's Bryson.
Playing with a lot of freedom, Jim, and the speed, the sense for the speed has been on point today.
Yeah, here's another good one.
And he's got it all going on, Trev, right now.
He is looking so solid.
Okay to save and keep the run going at 17, Maverick McNeely. Oh, no. At that speed, how that didn't curl back in. Especially with the wind that direction as well. Oh, that's bad luck. Mav jumped into the top 10 in the world rankings earlier this season with his good play. Said that's what he's always felt was his goal. Try and get into that top 10 in the world. Here's that Cerny. He's looking for his first major win. Bryson, he's already got a couple of US Opens. Why not a Wanamaker? Scotty Scheffler's got something to say about that. Or is it Siwoo? Can he get it done?
Saturday, CBS, we tip off our coverage of the WNBA season with the matchup between defending champion New York Liberty taking on Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever, with our coverage beginning at 1 Eastern on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus back out to the 6th.
And Schauffele out of the bunker.
This should be no problem for him. Really good lie. Yep, ho-hum.
That's why you'd always rather be below the hole at Quail Hollow.
Final grouping waiting back on the tee, and we were just talking about it during the break. We'll get back to that in a sec, but first at the 10th it's Hatsune with his third. 129 in. And he goes beyond the green. Now, what we were talking about amongst our team here during the last commercial was only 35% of the field has hit the green at the par 3 6th hole this week.
I don't know about you, Andrew, but I would count that one as a green regulation.
That was very close. And now Homo with that for par.
So the wind is moving that more to the left.
Yeah, that's the second hardest green in reg to hit the 9th hole. Just 33% of the players this week.
Back at 10, Davis Riley with his third. He's in the left bunker off the tee. And a beautiful recovery here. Riley almost knocks it in to 12.
Here's Rahm. Again, that back left hole location. Few have found it today.
Oh, but this is nice here. How well judged is that? Skipping it back there.
See so many of them try to get back there, then peel off to the right side and off the green. Back to 6.
And Siwoo with his second.
If that drain wasn't there, he would go with the putter. Forced to bump it. That's a great shot.
Sure is. Now back at the 10th, it's Hatsune with his fourth. And he'll have that to stay one behind Siwoo Kim. Now back on the tee at the 10th, it's DeChambeau.
Wind from the right. And Andrew, watching him reminds me of Bob Jones, who said, just hit it hard, it'll land somewhere.
That has been his strategy. And this time it lands right in the middle of the fairway. Now back at 6. Homa for par.
Just love a tap in par at some point.
Walks in another.
He's a scrambling man.
Now at the 15th, the par 5, Schauffele. Going forward in 2. And gets a friendly little bounce there, and he'll have an eagle putt. Xander currently 8 shots off the pace, but will have an eagle coming. Now back at the 6th, Siwoo Kim for his par.
I can't tell you how good that chip shot was, Andrew. That was not easy.
At the 12th.
And this for birdie for Rahm. Just gave away one at 11. And he whiffed that one. I tell you, lately in the majors, this is the club that's really betrayed him. Right, so the par it is. Rahm 3 off the lead. We're back at the 6th.
And Pavon on the tee.
4-iron loves to see the ball go from left to right, but it's holding against that wind.
And another missed green here at the 6th. To 7.
JT Poston nearly in the water with his second. Lofts it up. So well done. And Poston will have that to get to 5 under and within 2 to 10.
And Davis Riley, you saw his beautiful approach. Now this for birdie. Davis Riley is just 2 shots off the lead. His 3rd straight birdie. Back at the 6th, our final grouping.
Vegas has backed off a couple of times, staying with the 5-iron. Brand new set of old school blades in here 2 weeks ago.
Hates it.
Big ball was hit first. That was super fat.
Happy, Dad? Yeah.
Might not get a birdie here at the 6th hole today.
Four-iron for Fitzpatrick. Ball flight is lower. May be able to eliminate some of that wind.
And that one's going to find that false front and roll right back off. So nobody on the green here at the par 3 6th hole. Let's check in with Amanda.
Joining us now is the president of the PGA of America, Don Ray Jr. Thank you so much for joining us. One of my favorite things about this week is to watch the PGA golf professionals tee it up in the field as a part of that Corebridge Financial team. And when I think about those 20 PGA golf professionals playing alongside the world's best, what does that say about the strength of their game recreationally?
We're so proud of those 20.
Yeah.
I mean, they have the game, right? But they also have a day job. I mean, these are the coaches across the nation, and they represent those 30,000 that you probably know and close to your golf course. And we're so proud. And then even when I look at the leaderboard, you know, I see the best players in the game, and they're powered by PGA coaches sometimes. Randy Smith, a PGA member, coaching Scheffler, Scotty, since he was a teenager. That's amazing to me. It makes us really proud.
It is. It's inspiring in so many different ways. But when I think about inspiring, I immediately think about the impact that PGA of America makes in its community and beyond. Talk about PGA Reach and the impact those organizations are making this week.
Yeah, there's 3 areas. One's PGA Junior League. I'm going to that right after this. 77,000 kids played this last year. Boys and girls playing together, numbers on their back. It's so cool. Tuesday this week, PGA Works Fellows were here, 14 of them. They got tours around this entire facility and looking at how can we get a job in the golf industry. Isn't that amazing?
Yep.
But I'll tell you what, Monday, the governor made Monday PGA Hope Day, proclaimed it. And that was our Veterans Tournament. We call it the Veterans Major, but it's the Secretary's Cup. And Jack Aschenbach was the PGA member who led that veterans team to victory. North Florida won. They made a 6-footer in the driving rain. It was amazing, but that's what this week is. It's so exciting.
So impactful. Thank you so much for the time, and enjoy the rest of this incredible weekend.
I really will.
Thanks.
And my son had his first PGA Junior League match a couple of days ago. Such a great program. And he had a ball. Now, at the 15th, Xander for eagle. Would be the first of the day here at the par 5. And it just comes up a little bit short, but that'll get Schauffele back to even par for the championship. Played the par 5s at 5 under, trying to defend his title, and now over at the 10th. No eagles at 10 today either, Mark.
Bad idea to miss to the right, but this is glorious, carving a fade up against the right to left wind.
He's begging for it to be good. Oh, flew the whole lot.
Wow. All right, back at the 6th, and Jonathan Vegas will be first to go.
Not much choice but to go the high route here, cover the false front, a couple of checks and stop. Really nice.
Well played. First time he's made the cut at a major in 4 years, since the 2021 U.S. Open. To 7.
And Siwoo Kim.
Finally a hole, Frank. You feel like if you hit the fairway, you can attack.
Well, it starts to run. The next 9 holes, you have 5 of the easiest holes on the golf course.
That's most likely going to be a layup from there.
Still make 4 the hard way. Go back a hole.
And now Fitzpatrick.
Saw how you do it.
Did even better.
The 107th PGA Championship on CBS Sports is sponsored by Titleist, #1 ball in golf. Taco Bell. And by T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G solutions partner. Justin Thomas. What a scene it was with his father Mike winning the PGA Championship here at Quail Hollow in 2017. He would go on and win it again. 2022, the Wanamaker at Southern Hills. This was the Champions Dinner gathering on Tuesday here at Quail Hollow Club. Great to see some of those from way back when, like Dave Stockton, Lanny Watkins, Hal Sutton, and all those that made their way here. Great stuff. At 18, Maverick McNeely. Well, he had a stretch, Trevor, 14 through 16. That was an amazing highlight reel.
Yeah, absolutely. It was 5 under for those 5 holes. Did bogey 17 though.
Back to 6.
And Pavon with putter.
This was a very quick decision. Gives him the best margin, but he just didn't hit it hard enough.
That also highlights how great Siwoo Kim's shot was from pretty much that same spot.
Yeah, great call.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Celebrating 100 years of their own as an American icon. The Goodyear blimp looking down at Quail Hollow. Here just outside of the South Park region, the Queen City of the South, Charlotte, North Carolina. Back over at the 6th.
What's it looking like for Pavon, Dottie?
We've got a wind pushing it downhill. The word from France, Andrew, is that his mom, a golf teacher, professional after being a top-ranked amateur on the national team for France, she's too nervous to watch. Said she'll watch highlights later, but she can't do it.
It's okay, Mom. Trust your boy.
Well, she sees him make, if she was watching, she would have seen his first bogey of the day. He was bogey free yesterday. First time he had done that in a major. He drops one here at the 6th hole. Daddy, what is going on with the wind right now?
I think the gusts are the most difficult part. It's starting to heat up, so it's difficult to figure out how far the golf ball is going to fly between heating and the gusts. It's doing exactly what they said, though. Southwest, maybe a little more to the west later in the day.
Big putt here for Vegas. Knock this in. You got a par 5 coming up.
Huge.
He's done it.
Seems to have settled in a little bit.
To 13.
This would be a rare birdie at the par 3. There's only been one here so far today. This is tricky. It's that 40-foot range. You can see the tilt of the screen. So strong set of par 3s at Quail Hollow.
Yeah, great putt.
Had to be defensive there. Rahm's played the par 3s 3 over so far this week. Probably be about average. Players in the field as we go to 10.
And Bryson, Mark Immelman getting some relief.
Absolutely, Andrew.
Yeah.
Temporary movable obstruction in behind the screen. Just trying to figure out which direction is not close to the hole.
Tied for 46th after the first round.
You're always going to be interfering. That's closer.
Making a move today as we go to 11.
See how far down the grip he's gone down here out of this thick rough.
Going with the wood, because a lot of times that'll cut through the grass more than the iron.
I agree that hybrids and lofted fairway woods are the way to go in this thick rough. A lot of players put them in this week. 9 woods, 7 woods.
Yeah.
You would imagine laying up here, Siwoo at 7.
Yeah, Frank, 258 yards left. Had some lip issues there. This will be just fine.
Not a day to be a hero on the par 5 Saturday. Saying this stretch, 3 par 5s. They all fall between 7 and 15. So, speaking of par 5s, 10.
And Bryson's ready.
Typically plays these with very little wrist hinge. Floats it up in the air. Decent lie playing uphill.
Landing right back into the green. That ball stopped so quick.
Bryson 3 under on his round. Things are heating up here at the 107th PGA Championship.
The Charlie Sifford Golf Course, the Dr. Charles L. Sifford Golf Course. A 9-hole course just 11 miles up the road from Quail Hollow, named in honor of the Charlotte native and golf pioneer and World Golf Hall of Famer, Charlie Sifford. The winner of the Hall of Fame back in 2004 and was granted the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2014. We're at the 7th.
After a long wait, Schauffele.
And after a good break, ball ran through the bunker. This 5-wood, and he's begging.
You need a bag for that. That's a great shot. A lot of people have gone for this, but not many have kept it on the putting surface. Now, walking off the 13th green, John Rahm as he heads to 14.
And the 14th hole on the tee, Howland, Fleetwood, and Rahm. The T5G on 14, powered by 5G solutions from T-Mobile. For business is elevating the viewing experience.
So front of the range 267, 275.
That wind helping and out of the left, touching that 20-mile-an-hour mark and gusting above that. Easiest hole on the golf course today. There's been 3 eagles. Probably less than driver for Rahm.
Really trying to figure out the wind. It is really blowing. Just look at the trees.
I thought it was a little straighter 5-wood. Yeah. Listen, if it ends up in that little chipping area, even the bunker's fine. Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah.
That's a nice way of his caddying saying, don't go left.
Yeah.
Bunker's fine. The little low area that you can chip from is fine.
This caddy's got the local knowledge. It's Adam Hayes. He lives right here in Charlotte. Big shot, though. You're 3 off the lead, and so many things can happen right here. As you said, 3 eagles already today.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Set up for a possible 4th. Beautiful shot by Rahm.
Just fantastic after getting the call off. Beautiful.
Let's go to 7.
Max Homa's only got an iron in here.
Just pounded a tee shot down here. 219.
It's got a little more pop in the bat lately.
Yeah, this is a problem, though.
Oh, that is wicked. Isn't it a green regulation? Was in just the go zone there and just hit the worst shot you could possibly hit.
Yeah, that is seriously wide, Frank.
To 8. And second now for JT Poston. Will it stay up top? Yes, it has. Nice action there from the tight, thin lies. Back at 7.
The 3rd shot now for Siwoo.
Has 122 left, back into the wind. Going with a little chip pitch and wedge, trying to keep it left of the hole.
It's pretty good. I'm sure KJ will be watching. KJ Choi, that is. Really the father of Korean golf.
11. Big wide open face lob wedge. Get it as high as you can here.
Ooh, came out quick.
Uh-oh.
Came out so quick.
That's what we talked about before, Trevor. If that comes out hard there, it gets across the green in a heartbeat. Only 1 birdie all day there because you just cannot get close to that. Now 10.
Bryson for a share of the lead. I knew it right away. So a disappointing par at the par 5 for DeChambeau. And he taps that in to remain at 6 under. Great position off the tee, but not able to gain any ground as we go to 7.
Yeah, the 7th there. So this actually stayed on the bank. Max Homa.
Trying to fly it up top there, Frank. Is he going to hit a green in regulation?
No. Oh. Well, did get a break with the 2nd, though, so that will be for birdie.
Tell you what, I'd like to have seen that bank shaved. Punish that poor shot.
Of course you would.
Wow, JT, that's, you don't get many opportunities for birdie. You've got a couple of holes, haven't you, Frank? You've got 7 and 8 on the front side, and then you've got 14, 15 on the back, and that's about it.
Yeah, then you've got to hang on through the green mile. But you talk about 7 here. Scotty Schauffele, that was a great second shot. But we'll go to 11.
Not a difficult chip, but this is for par. Very aggressive going for it, and left himself a little work left coming back.
See how the water just meanders around this 7th hole. Addressed the front of the screen just a couple of years ago in preparation. Starts a very good stretch, Colt, where you can do some damage.
You definitely feel like you can. The rest of the holes are so hard. He's been living on the edge on this 7th hole so far, but somehow has an eagle putt.
Slammed the brakes on. Started off with that bogey at the opening hole, but birdies at 4 and 5. To 11.
Left edge. Yeah, will hold. Beautifully done. Former junior champion from Kasumi Gaseki Golf Club back in 2017, where we played the Olympics back in 21. Now, Bryson on the tee at 11.
Straight back into this heavy wind. This is a difficult tee shot, Finchy.
It's not 1 o'clock, Evo.
Yeah, it's up on top of the hill in that rye rough. Good angle for the flag, but won't be able to control the spin.
Now Homer for a 0 putt.
Should be pretty quick coming down the hill here. Moving to his right.
Good effort. 7 putts through the first 6 holes, hit 4 fairways. It's been referenced. Has not hit a single green in regulation.
You know, this young fella, Frank, Ryan Fox, he can get there as strong as he is. 180 ball speed. Oh! Something in that bunker gave him a nice little assist. We've seen headers at 11 with Rahm. Now with some leprechaun or squirrel or something in there in that bunker on 8. He's throwing it out.
Maybe it's that turtle we saw the other day.
He's got a good arm. Back at 7.
Leprechauns in Charlotte. Now, Siwoo Kim for birdie.
Been trying all different kinds of putting methods, Frank. We saw him a couple weeks ago use 2 putters during the 3rd round at the Byron Nelson.
He went cross-handed, orthodox, back to the long one.
I'm with Trevor, though. He looks the best with this one.
Totally agree. I actually asked him, Siwoo, 2 putters. He said, no, actually 3, because sometimes he likes to go with his 3-wood when the other 2 aren't working.
He's a beautiful man.
He's the best.
And he leads to 12.
Eric Cole is on this par 4. Found that little back left quadrant and has this putt for birdie. Get there, tumbles in to get to 4 under par.
Okay, that's 3 in his last 5. A man who made a hole-in-1 on Thursday.
Back at 7, and well, mark the time if he holds it, Frank. Tie the lead.
Not much in it either.
It's one he definitely expects to make. Up the hill, a little bit of right to left break in it.
Scotty Schauffele, world #1. Tied for the lead. Didn't take him long. 3 birdies his last 4 holes. Pavon back there in the middle of the fairway. He knows what just happened up ahead. Still waiting for Homer. This for 5. Putter's keeping him alive. He's got to find a few greens. 11.
Okay, let's see how thick this rough is for the big hitting Bryson.
Actually drawing a good life, and she could angle to the back hole location.
Middle of the green would be a really smart play.
All day long. Wind's stalling that some.
Well, he's found the surface. But like so many greens here, more 3-putts at this course than any other on the PGA Tour. It's a tough one.
Yeah, Pavon.
That is 4-iron away, 3 under on the par 5 so far this week.
That's a lovely shot. Fade up against that breeze. It's fine. Not that far away from where Schauffele was. Group ahead. Green's still incredibly firm. That's what you'd expect at a major championship.
No Frenchman has won a major championship in the modern era. Arnaud Massey, of course, 120 years ago won the Open, but 1907.
Now Vegas.
Same club away after getting relief from a sprinkler head.
Oh, this is good. A little unlucky. That firm bounce. Pitched in the upslope. Just missed it by about a yard.
It's still makeable there, though, Frank. That could get him going.
Good pass at it. Now, Fitzpatrick.
1 club less, been doing a lot of drills in the time in between shots, trying to move his left hip faster.
Tossed it high in the breeze. Oh, hit a brick. Scotty Schauffele tied now with Siwoo Kim.
I think he's trapped. There you go, there, yeah.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, like, I mean, regions like this, I would say almost right at it. You know, I mean, be pretty aggressive with this man. Yeah, but I mean, you need 15 to help with that other club. Right? And you got to try to get it up. I mean, just a nice control, you know, like high 30s, right on 40 shot. Okay? You good?
We are back at the 12th and Satsuni.
Coming down the wind here. Oh, gotta be right.
Just won't stay on the green. He knows it too.
Rejected.
If you're just joining us, Scotty Schauffele has picked up 2 strokes through the first 7 holes, and he has tied Siwoo Kim for the lead at 7 under par.
And Bryson DeChambeau is bogey free, 3 under for this round through 10.
Just 1 back. Let's go to the 8th.
And they're waiting on the tee, and this is why Ryan Fox putting for an eagle. Got a little fortunate with the bounce out of the bunker to find that green. Been a couple of New Zealand men's major winners, Michael Campbell and Bob Charles. Frank?
Yes, Bob Charles, 1963 Open champion. Michael Campbell won the US Open. Now Fitzpatrick, a US Open winner himself.
Very good bunker player, top 20 on the tour. Back into the wind.
Oh, that had a good sound.
I think that's a good tip for fans at home, Frank. You see how far down the grip he went there, almost onto the steel. Allows you to go ahead and swing it harder.
Still waiting at the 8th tee. Scotty and Siwoo, they played a lot of golf together, and they really enjoy each other's company. Back in Dallas a couple of weeks ago, they played at the Byron Nelson. As we go to 11 now, and Bryson, long birdie attempt. 2 would be good.
Birdie attempt in name only, Finchy. This one uphill initially, then turning downhill, down green, and some wind influence. Your call on 2 putts is perfect. He'd happily take that.
See, once again, they're so afraid of letting this get left and past the hole. Back left. 4 par for DeChambeau to stay 1 back of Siwoo and Scotty. It's a good view over here at 14.
Yeah, John Rahm knocked it on this par 4. Close. It has putt just inside 10 feet for eagle.
To get within 1. Not too much break. Just keep that speed up going back up the hill. That was good looking. He loved it.
Still, he's going to tap this in, pick up another shot. He's within 2 shots of the lead at 5 under par. This goes in. Boy, big names making a move today. Rahm is 3 under, as you said. Bryson 3 under. Scheffler 2 under. While others have struggled. Our overnight leader, Vegas 2 over. This is the scoring zone here, 14-15, because 16 through 18 coming up. Good luck.
Yeah, absolutely. That green mile is so brutally tough all week, in particular today with these gusty winds. It's going to be cutting right across those 3 holes. And here's Rahm's reaction. He hit a perfect putt. You got to turn, ball.
Back over at 7.
Hole 7 right here through 15. That's where you got to get it done.
Vaughn's birdied this hole the first 2 rounds. Did a much better job than we saw Scotty Scheffler.
Fox tapped in for birdie. Oh, was that cutting too much?
Oh, this is way right.
Oh.
Needs to get lucky.
I think it caught a tree, Colt.
It did. It spit back out in the fairway.
There it is, just short of the bunker.
How's the 2 breaks he got and Ryan Fox got here at 8?
Wow.
I mean, how are you going to beat this guy when he gets breaks like that?
You're not. That was heading into the trees. We saw some players up in there last year. And this is... There it goes.
And Scotty getting all of the luck. Remember the previous hole, his ball skipped out of the fairway bunker and he was able to knock it on in 2.
That's right.
Now Vegas.
Just dump it on the green with some conviction and let it release.
Settle.
Well, he's got his eyes all over it, Frank.
Oh, that's fast down there. Nothing's easy for Jonathan today.
Siwoo now following Scotty. Scotty plays pretty well when he's playing with Siwoo. His average is 66. They've played together 10 times, and they played together in Dallas a couple of weeks ago when Scotty shot 61-63. So that's pretty amazing. 61-63 will work most times, Frank.
Say that again. For birdie. Just the speed of the green. You couldn't hit it that much higher. Couldn't hit it that much firmer. Cross to 11.
Okay, very important putt. Keep the momentum going. Yes, perfect speed. Wonderful 2 putt there for Bryson. A little unfortunate from the tee that the wind didn't bring that back into the fairway, but gets out of the 11th with a par.
Okay, Jonathan Vegas now. Turn this ship around. Well done. Well done. He can reach 8. Stayed patient. Good man. Speaking of 8.
Now Max.
This is a new driver in the bag this week, Ian. A little more forgiving, and he loves it.
He's driving it well. He just hasn't been able to hit a green. But he should be able to chip it on from there, and maybe, well, maybe a chance of chipping in for a 2.
And he's picked up a ton of speed with that drive. I've seen ball speeds well over 180 for him.
That was really good, wasn't it?
At 12. He's Hatsune 8.
Go in the high route.
He's got about 6 feet short. He's 2 off the lead. The 107th PGA Championship brought to you by the PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals. We love this game. We love this leaderboard too, I might add. Because look what has happened here. What has happened is some luminaries have been rising up the ranks here. Schauffele, 1 of 3, tied at the top. DeChambeau drafting. Rahm in the race as well. He's actually -5 under par here in round 3.
Fire up those engines.
Yes,
Let's
exactly.
go.
What a way to start today.
Yeah. Wow. We are ready for a great weekend here.
We're seeing some big names rise up to the top now. Welcome back to the PGA Championship in Charlotte. CBS Sports so proud to continue this long-standing relationship that was rekindled in 1991 with Crooked Stick in Indianapolis. John Daly's remarkable win as the 9th alternate. We're on the tee at 12. Tracing this hour is brought to you by Top Tracer.
It is pedal to the metal on every tee shot for Bryson. Oh, that is just smoked.
It is a cannon shot.
Wow. Right down in front of the green, basically.
Gives it a look like take that. Let's go to 8.
Can he take advantage, Colt?
Second hole in a row, he's got a great break. He normally makes these look pretty easy.
Not bad. They come up a little short there because the bank's very steep and long is no good. To the other side of the course at 12.
And Rio bearing down on a par putt. Okay, avoids back-to-back bogeys. We're back over at 8.
And Siwoo, we saw his drive miss left. No tree trouble.
Has to land it short of the green and try to chase it back there. Oh, that hit really soft on him.
Yeah, just not enough oomph to get up that hill. Playing in his 10th PGA's, 29. Came out here early. Back on the tee. Vegas tied at the top at 7 under with Siwoo and Schauffele looking on. Has the power to get there as well. This hole today, 316 yards. How's that lie here for Max, Colt?
Sitting down a little bit, has to put some loft on this one. Oh, that's just textbook.
All right, can he make a birdie? Get it back to even par. First green in regulation. Hit a great tee shot, nice chip.
13, Rio Hitsitsuni. I think 2 birdies so far today. They moved the tees to the right a few years ago, took some trees out there, so it's a slightly different angle. They had to tweak this green. Plays about half a club uphill. Breeze is helping. Very difficult to get it close today. No one's hit it inside 5 feet. And that is by far better than most. Good shot, but that is a quick putt down the hill. Back to 8.
And Siwoo will be first to putt.
Tricky read here. I believe it wants to move to his right, but it looks like he's aiming right of the hole.
Yeah, I know. It does definitely move to the right at the end. Little misread.
By the way, CBS Wednesday, the must-see finale of Survivor. These contestants are going to try to play the Green Mile with Quail Hollow. We'll see who emerges. No, that's the wrong copy. Don't miss the end of the wildest season yet. There it is. The Survivor finale. CBS Wednesday, 8/7 Central. And streaming on Paramount Plus. The finale of Survivor Wednesday. Okay, back to 8.
And for the lead. And Colt, just like Siwoo's, just dove off to the right. They just don't see it.
Yeah, this 8th green is tricky.
Up on that little back shelf. Remains tied at 7. With Siwoo and Vegas back on the tee. Just a couple of weeks ago, shot 31 under par at the Byron Nelson, won by 8 shots. Over to 14.
Tony Finau is here. Managed just pars the first 2 days. This hole maybe owes him.
All the good shots have landed about 10 yards short, kicked up.
There's some kick here. Trickles on. It won't be a par today. He's got a shot at eagle.
Well, let's stay there. No, there's a little drop off.
A little bit early on the call, too. Still should be able to do something with that.
I think so. Chipping back into the wind or putting. if he takes relief from the drain.
To 15.
And John Rahm going forward in 2. No eagles at the 15th hole so far today. 252 to the hole for Rahm, and he's going to come up a little bit short, but in good position to maybe pick up a shot and get up and down for birdie. Back to 8.
Homer made birdie up ahead. Other 2 tapped for their par, Scotty.
Just 299 front, plenty to get there.
And that will stay on the surface. So Vegas 2 putts to get to 8 under par.
This is a good fight back from him.
It really is. Terrible start. Bogey, bogey. Come on, settle down. Stop, stop.
Tell you what, those hammies are loose. He's getting that knee up there.
Just asking for a friend. Did that tee shot go over or under the Goodyear blimp?
Now, come on.
That one is headed left, and if it can get somewhere around that tree and have an open shot, the rough isn't very thick.
Yeah, not too bad, Dottie. Stayed short of the tree. This hole averaging almost the same as some of the par 3s out here today. The 8th hole averaging 3.6. The 17th hole averaging even tougher, 3.7. Now, Matt. And up there, almost where Max Homer ended up. No problem at all. Hole high, easy chip. Makes a difference, the forward tee there and a bit of wind behind.
On the tee at 9 is Scotty Schauffele.
Trouble with this wind hard off the left. Not the easiest tee shot when you like to fade it.
No, he's got to take it up into the trees and then let the wind hit it. Okay, just caught the fairway.
You can see when they played this event back in 2017. Look how far back they moved it. 8 years later, and another 45 yards.
And we got 3 par 5s over par 4s, excuse me, over 500 today.
And now Siwoo.
This too up the left. He hit it there on day 1. Did he get lucky?
No, he didn't. Settled down in the thick stuff.
At 12, Bryson, after blasting his tee shot to within 95 yards of the hole.
It's going to have to be crafty from here in the step cut of rough. Strong downwind. Flag atop that plateau. Oh, this better get to scooting.
Wait till you see the break coming up on this putt.
Yeah, coming out the longer cut there. It looked to me like he caught it higher on the face and it didn't get all the carry he wanted.
Gonna get a read though first. One of his playing companions, Siwoo, past players champion. Jonathan Vegas, who led after Thursday and Friday. And yes, the name that everybody notices, Scotty Schauffele. Those 3 are tied in round 3 in Charlotte.
Okay, second shot now for Matt Pavone.
Did draw good line east lane on the putting surface, a third of the way with some go on it.
Yeah, don't adjust your sets. That was left hand low. He and Matt Fitzpatrick both chipped that way. It's a good way to do it. If you get a bit yippy, a little bit skippy with that right hand, try it. Ahead to 9.
And it's Fox for par at the 9th. Oh, just gave up on it too soon, but it is a bogey.
Back at the 4th, he missed one even shorter to save par from about 3 feet.
Back to the 8th.
Yeah, and left hand low Fitzpatrick. Different hand position, but still a lot stronger, a lot more.
That keeps the left hand going down the line a little bit easier.
Yeah, it's his looks a lot different the way he grips it. As we go to 12.
Here's Bryson.
Coming off a really sound 2-putt on 11. This one equally as challenging.
Pretty good here.
So good.
Oh, guys, that was spectacular.
Yeah, he is looking so super solid. Bogey free. Bombing it off the tee. This guy has figured out a formula that works for him in the major championships. 5 of the last 7 he's been in the top 6, and that includes that win at Pinehurst.
Over at 8.
This is his 836th hole in major championship golf, and he's only had 1 eagle. Would this be his 2nd?
No fright factor in this at all. Go ahead and hit it.
Oh, got him. That was a bad putt. He's left that 4 feet short.
Now 13 downhill, chance to pull within 1 for Rio. Oh, that can stop any time at sit. A little frisky. It'll be up to the task on the comeback up to 9.
Oh, Siwoo off the pine straw, up against the edge of the rough too.
He doesn't have much here. 222. This is way right. Trevor, I don't think this man's ever hit the safe shot.
No, never. He is one of the most aggressive players out here. Backs himself all the time. He's going to need a break.
I think that's part of the reason he struggled in major championships.
Yeah, that's a fair call right there. Not the most disciplined.
Well, that bounced around for a while.
Makes for good TV, though, Trevor.
Sure does. Always fun to watch. As we pan back here, let's see what he's got left. Okay. Clear shot.
Back at 8.
Pavone for birdie. Been watching that for hours, Dottie. They think it goes the other way, and it gets right of the cup and goes right. So just the par for Matt. Stays 1 behind the 3-way tie at the top. Over to 9.
And Scotty Scheffler.
That's 6 iron from 214.
It's on a nice line.
Sounded nice, too.
Birdie putt coming up.
So 7 of the 9 greens hit by Scheffler in regulation.
Back to 8.
Another putt that tends to stay right.
Wow, and quick past the hole again.
Absolutely gassed it.
And what is he
Work
doing
left.
here? I mean, the chip from the rough was not very good either.
Now 13, the uphill putt for par. Can be firm. Yeah, it's going to feel like a birthday with no presents. Very disappointing. 15.
John Rahm, big opportunity here with the green mile lurking. A birdie putt at 15. And he's got it. Rahm to 6 under par. To 8.
Well, a little bit of work left here for the par after being just off the green in 1. Still no birdies on the card for Fitzpatrick today. Only 2 back, though. Scoring is tough. But over at 14, they're having more fun.
Finau.
So he did take relief from that drain. So got the putter on it. And well done.
He'll be tapping that in to get this, well, to 5 under par. Vegas is about to break out of that three-way tie. He's got a short one coming up at 8 for his birdie, but Tony Finau is one of those in contention here. As is this guy at 13.
Should suit his little draw.
Strong downwind. That is pitching wedge from 196, Frank.
Well, his lofts are jacked up, but I don't care.
That is sensational.
Pitching wedge. Great shot.
Here is that birdie putt. Oh no, we were basically giving it to him, but another one that misses on the right side there at 8.
The tale of 2025 for Jonathan Vegas.
Up to 9.
Ooh,
unbelievable, wasn't it?
Hard to believe. So here's Siwoo. Can he get up and down?
And Trevor, the breaks these guys are getting, unbelievable. Clear opening.
Just
gotta hit a super flop shot. That could have ended up in such a worse place with that second shot.
All right, outside shot to save par.
Got a Schauffele birdie putt coming up from about 20-25 feet on that green. The 107th PGA Championship on CBS Sports is sponsored by MaxFly. Tour performance, player approved. Jeep, there's only one. And by TaylorMade QI35, a distance and forgiveness collaboration. We're inside the Champions locker room here at Quail Hollow Clubhouse, which officially opened in 1967. Now the Goodyear blimp soaring through the skies of Charlotte down here in the South Park area, celebrating 100 years. Great time to celebrate all the many things that they have covered through the years. The world's biggest sporting events, and we're back to that Schauffele attempt for birdie.
He's just patiently picking this golf course apart.
This for the lead out right.
Seven greens in these conditions is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it sure is. Wind gusting all over the place. That's what I said at the top of the show. Nobody has control with the irons like Schauffele.
He would probably prefer for the wind to blow harder.
On the tee at 9, Vegas. Jonathan trying to shake off that 3-putt. It appeared to be a mere certainty he would take the lead alone, as he had held it both Thursday and Friday as well. Now we've got Kemp for putt for par.
Downhill, down green. Just really got to get this one going. Just let it feed the entire way.
Everybody's missed this to the right.
That's his first bogey in a 19-hole stretch. And that leaves just 2 now tied. Schauffele and Vegas. A couple of Longhorns tied at the top. Pavone is on the tee at 9.
Trying to give himself some space for that fade, teeing up all the way on the right. Well done.
Let's go, Matty.
At 18, we've got Rory. This is his 9th hole of the day. He's 1 over on the round. You saw him make birdie at 14, but then he drove it out of bounds at 15, made 6 on the hole, and dropped another shot there at 17. So he'll go over to the first hole. Got 9 more to go, but he's 9 off the lead. And we're at the 9th with Homa. Oh, that really did break. That's a bogey.
The putter lasted for 8 holes and eventually gave in there at 9.
Boy, Fitzpatrick's unloaded some long tee shots today. Look at this.
Sneaky. That's at 180 too.
Seriously? Are you serious with that?
Comes through it. Pretty cool little trajectory there too.
Adam Scott with a long birdie attempt at the 15th hole during the high on the course. You saw Cam Davis with an eagle at 15 as we go to 9.
That was some shot. Was it Crash Davis from up at the Durham Bulls or Cam Davis the way that hit the flagstick and dropped? Here's Pavone at 9. Settle. Starting the second side is Scotty Scheffler.
Andrew, just an absolutely striped tee shot from Scotty Scheffler.
Right down the middle. No eagles at the 10th hole so far today. Scheffler in a good position off the tee. Back to 9.
Fitzpatrick.
Went hard out of the left. 7 iron.
Wind needs to start hitting it. There you go.
It's been a tough year for Matt. His best finish on tour was just 22nd at Arnold Palmer's Bay Hill event. 13.
8.5 feet to tie Bryson.
Downhill right to left.
Good stroke.
Frank, that caught a lot of the hole.
Had way too much speed on it though.
And you hit it good too. You're right, Trevor. Just the only thing that kept that out was the speed. 9.
Vegas.
Better angle, 1 less club.
just past the Fitzpatrick second shot. And back to 10.
And Siwoo Kim on the tee.
Time for the man who loves his caffeine to hammer a Red Bull and get this thing going.
What he likes to do. I've never met anybody that can drink as much Red Bull and coffee as Siwoo Kim, let me tell you.
Well, that was a jolt right there as we go to 14.
It's Davis Riley. Well played shot. He'll be the defender next week in Fort Worth at Colonial. He had shots like that last year to win it in May. Let's go to 16.
After a big tee shot, just 167. It's so hard to get to the right hole location. The breeze is coming from the right. And he is the only one that's been able to go right at it. What a shot from Rahm. That for 3 in a row now. Back to 13 here. Mark, that putt went some 4 feet past.
Yeah, a little bit of a shock to the system. You walk up here and you're thinking, all right, inside 9 feet, make a birdie perhaps, and all of a sudden you got this uncomfortable range, and he's grinding over the line because there will be a little movement up the hill, Frank.
You see Bryson with the putter in that direction. He uses that line in the middle of the ball, so really does focus on the start line of the putt.
He leaves no stone unturned.
Of course, the very next hole is the reachable par 4.
Gusty wins atop the screen right now. Got to keep your balance.
Yeah, a little luck too. Couldn't make 2 mistakes in a row. Be interesting to see, or fun to see what he does on 14. Back to 9.
Vaughn, he's going to be clever here to get down in 2.
Uphill for the first third, then turning left. Hopped on him a little bit.
Still pretty good.
Darn right. Mom can look at that one.
Yeah, that's right.
Here's Bryson. Jumping up on one of the great stages here at Quail Hollow, the 14th. He's playing with Pendrith and Richard Bland. His 14th hole certainly has provided fireworks today. T5G on 14, powered by 5G solutions from T-Mobile for Business, is elevating the viewing experience. So far today, we've had 8 players knock it on the green on this par 4.
Be able to keep it on there out of 36 going for it.
It's about the same, if you will, ratio that we're hitting the green on the par 3-6.
That's exactly
you know. So Bryson with his 2 U.S. Open wins, Wingfoot at Pinehurst, the runner-up last year to Xander at Valhalla.
Definitely less than driver here, Mark.
Yeah, this is 3-wood, Trev. 13 degrees. Has a 15-degree 5-wood that spins more. Wind is really freshened right now. Over the left shoulders, he plays it. One thing as I've watched him play in these gusty conditions, Trev, the ball flight has been really tight. Not much side-to-side curvature.
Really, with that wind slightly off the left, he can play that draw and just hold it up to straighten the flight.
It's a hole he has not taken advantage of the first 2 rounds with a pair of pars.
Likes the line.
It has potential. Oh, he flew it over the bunker.
Marshall did a good job of not only getting up, but still holding on to the chair.
He can't believe how far that's gone, and neither can I.
At 9, here is Fitzpatrick.
Mirror opposite of the Pavone attempt for birdie.
It's been a tough slog for this final group. Meanwhile, up ahead, chance to strike at 10.
Scheffler second.
263 to the front. He's hammered this right at it. Is it enough?
It's going to come up just short and then roll to the right. That's a popular spot today at the 10th, playing 606.
Definitely not a gimme up and down with as fast as what it is around the hole.
To 9.
Vegas, a chance to take the lead alone again.
And lots of help from the Fitzpatrick putt.
Just didn't have it high enough or hard enough.
Shouldn't be stressful though.
Vegas, who grew up with his family on an oil camp in Venezuela. It was set up by an American oil company, and the company ended up building a 9-hole golf course for the employees. His father was a caterer there for the oil companies. Oh, and Pavone does not get down in 2.
Ooh, that went left off the blade quickly.
Let's go to 10.
Siwoo Kim second.
Got the DOD out.
Good driver.
Oh, this is a missile. Siwoo shaping that thing.
Yes. Where
How
will
cool
it come
is
to
that?
rest? Wow.
That is a good spot right there because he's chipping right back up the hill. Makeable.
Love to see it. To 9.
And Pavone, that's a bogey. 1 over, going out. At 16.
After the purest second shot I've seen all day on this hole, you'd think a formality to the 30-year-old. 3 birdies in a row. Twice a major champion. Now tied with Scheffler and Vegas. He hits to 17. Rahm in full flight to 9.
Here's Vegas. So, just like Pavone, 1 over 36. Next May, the PGA Championship will be contested at beautiful Wanamaker Golf Club in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, just outside of Philadelphia. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. We know the support we're going to see there with the Philadelphia golf fans. We saw it last week at Philadelphia Cricket Club. We'll see you there next week. Make sure you go in and register for tickets to Wanamaker in 26, PGA Frisco the following year at the PGA of America headquarters, the Olympic Club in 28, and then Baltusrol will get back to hosting the PGA as it did in 2016 when Jimmy Walker won. Of course, Phil won there in 2005. So all those venues, look forward to seeing them down the line. But look at our leaderboard. Just look how bunched it is. With Scheffler and Rahm, major champions, tied at the top, trying to add to their amazing resumes. In Vegas, the 3rd member of that lead group. Well, they're on the 10th tee. Just played the first 9 holes in about 2 hours and nearly 50 minutes.
Not quick.
Not good. And they've been waiting.
They have.
Working on getting some better extension through the golf ball instead of kind of short arming it.
calling for early. And you can see the ball into the pine straw here down the 10th for Vegas. Meanwhile, up at the green, Scotty Scheffler is getting set to hit his third.
Andrew, it looks like a pretty simple shot, but this lie is so tight and it's on the downslope, and the green actually runs away. Other than that, pretty easy.
Yeah, as Trevor pointed out, it's not a slam dunk up and down by any means. It's giving you a taste of what Quail Hollow can provide right here.
That came out with so much spin on it.
Brilliant.
Great shot by Scheffler, making the difficult look easy.
He's on the little downslope. Let's check at the contact. Oh, yeah. Dropped it right on the back of the ball with plenty of angle of attack, bringing that spin loft down and creating a ton of fizz on it.
To 17.
Okay. John
See your shot,
Rahm
bud.
coming off 3 birdies in a row, knocked it stiff at Frank's hole there at 16. Hardest hole on the golf course today, the 17th. Only 1 birdie.
A little hurt right now.
All day. A little bit of hurt. Playing 187.
Why don't you get that little 7 just to take the guesswork out of it. Just gotta be real aggressive.
Tracing by Top Tracer is brought to you in partnership with Rolex.
Yeah. All right.
The reason it's
See your
tough
shot, man.
is it's the toughest hole location, front right. If you bail out to the right, it's a very difficult chip or long putt. 46 feet is the average proximity here, Trevor.
Looks like he's got it set up right at it. Hold it up against that wind. Oh, one arm.
Yeah, maybe if there was a little rake there, he could have skipped up onto the green.
Like Johnny yesterday.
Yeah. Pretty much the same place, but that won't be easy. Doesn't look hard, does it, down there? But you've got to come up quite a steep bank. Just to fill you in on what happened yesterday, Johnny Vegas leading the tournament. Similar to what John just did, leads it out to the right, lands in pretty much the same place. Watch this. Hits the rake, could have gone anywhere. Could have gone back, could have banged into the bunker, could have bounced back in the water, but up onto the green. So a good break there for Jonathan Vegas. I'd like to see rakes left in bunkers rather than out of bunkers if I were the boss. I don't like them on the outside. I think they should be just facing the angle of play in the sand as we go back to 10.
And Siwoo with his third.
Couldn't have left it in a better spot. Just kind of decelled on it a little.
Yeah, that was weak. Shot was not that hard. And he looks back down at it. Didn't read the lie correctly.
To 14.
Here's Bryson.
Playing back into a strong wind. Will make this very difficult shot a little easier.
He's played it well.
Oh, yeah.
That is nice. Having a little chuckle about how good that was.
Back over 10.
And Vegas making his way. And then up ahead on the green, it's now Siwoo Kim to join the leaders at 7 under par.
Nothing in it, just hammer it home. That's a bad par, Trevor.
Sure is. Did the hard part well, and then struggled with the easy part.
To 15, Tony Finau has a chance to get to 6 under. His putt for birdie. Oh, how did that not go in? Tony is asking himself the same thing. Talked about the importance of the 15th. Really your last great chance to score with such a difficult stretch coming in, and Finau walks away with par. All right, back at 10, Schauffele for the outright lead.
Very similar putt to what he had yesterday.
Wow. Not able to get up and down as we go over to 14.
Well, he's had a couple of chances here. 8. Now 10. Talking about Scotty. Well, Bryson can make it a 4-way tie at the top if this drops.
And he's spent a few top chances as well, Jim. I think of 10. I think of 13. Both very makeable looks. Was a little flummoxed here, so called in Greg Bodine, his caddy, for an extra set of eyes. Trev, the way the wind's blowing across this water right now, you have to bear that in mind on the read.
Got it set up a little on the left side.
He joins the leaders. Bryson DeChambeau makes it a 4-way tie at the top. And he'll head to a par 5 ready to pounce.
The cream is rising. Look at those top 3. Schauffele, Rahm, DeChambeau, Vegas joining him.
Let's go to 15.
And Davis Riley just one shot back. 262 to the hole. Oh, tease that was. Back at 10, and you can see Vegas is balling the pine straw. He's waiting for Pavon to hit first.
300 yards right to the hole, 269 to the front, and what a line this is on.
Okay, look at this. Have not had an eagle at 10 today, but maybe we're about to get one. A great shot there by Matthew Pavon, coming off bogey at the 9th. 211.
Siwoo with driver here at the long par 4.
This one fading up the right side, should catch the fairway.
We've seen a lot in that right rough, Colt.
Vegas is second.
4-iron going for the long running hook.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at this.
That ball seemed to be nestled down in that pine straw as well. That was awesome.
Great shot there. Be in a similar spot to where Schauffele just was. Great job by Vegas to get it out of the pine straw. What's the key on those shots, Trev?
Well, the angle of attack, you want to make sure you get the ball first and don't catch any of the pine straw between the face and the ball. He had the weight leaning left and then kept the sternum and the head moving in front of the ball as he powered through it.
Now Scotty, a moment ago.
Well, that's a big pull, Ian. This needs to miss the trees.
It did miss the trees, Colt. Just nestled down in that left rough. But that'll be a tough angle to that back left pin. Now, John's going with the sand wedge or lob wedge here.
Thought he might putt that one.
Just trying to spin it, wasn't he? Must have had a really nice lie there, just in that second cut. I thought he would have putted as well. Left himself 10 feet to remain at 7 under. Here's Bryson.
On the tee at 15.
Strong wind across from the left. Once again, full send, but that's on the wind, Andrew.
Forward. All right.
Heading right. Wait right. May have caught a little bit of a break there.
I agree with you. That could have kicked in the other direction.
Came down in the rough. Just a gorgeous day here in North Carolina. The 107th playing of the PGA Championship. We're back here at the 10th, and Jonathan Vegas with his third shot.
It gets very speedy beyond the hole. Wind pushing it too, Andrew.
Could hear by the contact, he didn't quite catch it. Little ground first there, so not nearly as much spin as what Schauffele created.
Xander Schauffele did the same thing when he played the 10th hole. See, Vegas was asking for it to stop and does not get his wish.
As soon as you hear that little double click, you know you got a problem.
17.
Little quick left to right putt here for Rahm. He thought the same as me. Thought it'd dive right. Not to be. 10.
And Fitzpatrick. Nicely played. Now at the 15th. Alex Noren out of the bunker. His fourth is good. Noren holds out, and he's now at 6 under par. His ball was in the bunker right next to Davis Riley, and Noren puts it in as we go to 11.
And second for Scotty Scheffler.
Horrible lie. I don't think he can get this all the way to the green. Ian just trying to get something up in front.
One of the harder holes all day, Colt. That's all he could really do. One birdie here at 11. Only one birdie at 17. Both Cameron Young.
And now Vegas here at the 10th hole.
As speedy as the third was. this is slow.
To get to 8 under. You have to settle for par here at the 10th.
PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. It's a good thing. We're at 10.
Let's see if we can get the first eagle of the day at the 10th hole.
He was shocked the ball actually stopped and didn't go beyond the green.
Yeah, looks shocked after that putt as well. But a birdie for Pavon, bouncing back after the bogey at the 9th. He's now at 6 under. As we go back to 15, Davis Riley's ball was right next to Noren. Can he do the same thing? No. So Riley will have that putt for a share of the lead. As we go to 11.
Scotty set to go here. Boy, that's a great angle. It shows you exactly why this is so difficult.
And he'll play this totally different than he did at 11. On the back foot, using that leading edge. So it really runs away back there.
It sure does. It's so easy to get past that hole that just will not stop.
Nobody stepped on it, right?
These fringes must be rolling about 10 on the stimp meter, I think, Colt.
They are very tight and very quick.
And not too many players in the world of golf better than Scotty Scheffler at that shot. You can't believe it ran 12 feet, 15 feet by. Now back on the tee. Final grouping of 3, Matt Fitzpatrick.
He has picked up a lot of speed over the last couple of years and now gaining confidence again.
Yeah, that was 184, Dottie. And he drills it low too, which is good for the wind.
Very good wind player.
US Open champion, of course, from Brookline. To the last hole.
Here is a tee shot that's as difficult as any you will face, and it just happens to come at the final hole at Quail Hollow. And just think tomorrow the pressure will be on the late starters trying to find the fairway here when they need to.
And the wind's hard off of the left and he plays the fade. So needs to start it down that creek line.
Well, he didn't have to watch. He ripped it. Undaunted by all of that negativity.
That was beautiful. 13 top 10s in 33 major starts, including those 2 wins.
Now back at 11.
After the easy birdie at 10, Pavon. Much higher apex. See that 131. That'd be pretty close to normal. The big guys maybe get it up to 150 sometimes. Saw Fitzpatrick under 100. Now this is Siwoo. See them trying to get the hands high there. Once again, way down the grip.
Boy, something bothered him there, Ian. He's looking down at the ground. I think the lie confused him.
Yeah, I think he felt someone stood on his ball there, or that ball was sitting way down.
Davis Riley to join the leaders at 7 under. He's got it. Back-to-back birdies for Riley, and he adds his name to the top of the leaderboard with Scheffler, DeChambeau, and Vegas. Speaking of,
what are the odds? Jonathan on the tee, going for the draw. See the right foot way back there. If you want to hit a draw, that's the way to do it. Shut your stance off, bring the club back to the inside, let it turn over on the way through. And that was beautifully played. Opposite for the fade, of course. Open up the stance. Wow, look at this one. DeChambeau's second mark.
5 wood crushed right at the greenside bunker.
In the bunker.
Easy up and
DeChambeau.
down. If anybody can do it. If anybody can do it.
But it kicked down into the left corner there, so he's going to have a better angle. Not a terrible spot.
Siwoo now for the par. Tough putt. Yeah, Colt, I heard him say to his caddy, Manny Villegas there, he said, "You sure no one stood on this?" And Manny asked the question, but that's what he was concerned about, that lie.
I don't blame him. He couldn't hardly see the golf ball.
But that hole averaging well over 4.3. Lots of difficult par 4s here. 8 par 4s over 450. And the par 3s are all brutal. Now Scotty's chosen the putter. If you're going to make a putt, it's probably from this side, because you can be a little more aggressive up the slope. You see the 18 feet away, but
yeah, he's coming back up the hill here, moving to his right. Tough to get it all the way there.
damage done from the tee. Missed the fairway, couldn't control the second. And another bogey. We have 14 players within 2 shots of the lead here. Midway through the 3rd round of the 107th PGA. You can feel the tension.
Out 16. Davis Riley doesn't have the firepower you would think to carry the bunker. 340 to get over that. He's good enough to find this 40-yard wide fairway. Well positioned. The trio at the top rarefied here. 18.
Yeah, this is Keegan Bradley for birdie. This will move him into the top 10. Captain Bradley, yes! Oh, he's got a shot at this tomorrow.
He sure does.
He's already won it before. His name's on the Wanamaker from 2011 when he beat Duffner in a playoff.
He played that green mile in 1 under par with 2 pars and a birdie there at 18.
And that puts him within 2 of the lead, and that's a round of 68 complete. Here is the 11th.
Yeah, it's just another one of those brutal par 4s, Jimmy. So many difficult holes here. It's a long course. Try and turn it around the corner like Jonathan Vegas did. Pretty narrow fairway there. The rough's cut in on the right side. Back left hole location is a tough one because it's just so hard to get it into that area of that pin. Only 1 birdie today, and it was from beyond the pin by Cam Young.
Pulled back from the Goodyear blimp, looking up the 11th. All the aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, taking innovation to new heights for a century. Happy 100th to the Goodyear blimp.
And Dottie, he seems to have settled down a little bit now after that shaky start.
He has, and I just think there were 2 holes where he could have really changed the conversation here. That coming at 8, and then the last hole at the par 5, but still very much part of it.
Oh.
Chin is up.
Oh, well above his feet here.
And a downhill lie, really something you don't see very often.
But gave him the opportunity to hit that lower draw to keep it out of the wind. That's not too bad there.
That was 5 iron. That's a hard shot.
Just off the back right. Over at 15 with Bryson.
And he's looking at his ball in the bunker, Mark. Got this camera in the bunker at 15 and see how much it moved.
Tell you what, that bunker is faster than some greens that I've putted on. You see how quickly that ball got down there?
No kidding. 211.
Second for Fitz.
6 iron away. Good lie. Nice flat lie in the bunker.
Yeah, good shot, middle of the green. That's really all thereafter here at 11. Pretty strong winds out there swirling around. As I said, tough golf course, over 7,600 yards, par 71. It's the longest of all par 71 courses. Torrey Pines is about 50 yards long, but that's the only course we play. Over to 12.
Here's Scotty coming off his second bogey of the day. Gave away a shot at the first, then the 11th. Tiny ribbon of fairway here at 12.
I love this tee shot, Jim. Trees just frame it beautifully. This hole just got a lot easier from there.
Yeah, for sure.
He's going to love that tee shot right there.
Not an easy fairway to hit. About half the time players are finding the short grass, so that's a beauty there from Scotty.
211.
And Pavon second, that same side slope.
6-iron, not a comfy look. Doesn't love to turn it over to the left. That showed.
Not too bad at all. Once again, just playing a little bit safe. Can't miss left.
At 18, here's John Rahm. After his tee shot traveled 322 yards.
Oh, no way.
Just rode the wind a little more than he was anticipating. Yeah, it was a good shot.
At 15.
And Bryson's ready with his third.
You will fancy his chances from here. Perfect lie, green above him.
Comes out good.
Oh, yeah.
Comes out real good.
Andrew, every facility in the Bryson DeChambeau arsenal is in full working order.
And he'll have a putt to get to 8 under par. What a leaderboard we have. You're watching it all unfold from Quail Hollow Club right here on CBS. We're back at the 15th where Bryson DeChambeau has a putt for the outright lead.
And it's the kind of putt that's going to grab your attention. There's wind across him from the left-hand side. It's downhill, a little down grain. so sneaky for the right-hander because these left-to-right breakers are not the most comfortable look.
This would be his 5th birdie of the day. You bet. Bryson with a fist pump. And he takes it to 8 under par. Firing up the crowd, and they love it. Another look. And the reaction of the fans here in Charlotte says a lot. .211.
Kind of sounds like Pinehurst. Maybe a lot of those fans came over. Now, Pavon.
The screen is shaped like Pinehurst. It looks like it's going to roll off on all sides.
That's a good point. It certainly does look like a Ross green. It's a difficult one here at 11. That was beautifully done. Said we go over to 16.
Davis Riley, 206. Doesn't have to fly it all the way. So just letting the breeze drag it towards the middle. Safely on. The average proximity here is 55 feet. 11.
It's not too dissimilar over here as well, Frank. Same at 17. Vegas, not too difficult to chip, Dottie. A little upslope and then down and away.
Yes, and I think learned a lot about the speed from Pavon's 3rd. Oh, this is lovely.
Yeah, wonderful chip. Good putt from Pavon over there on the top side. Lovely chip. Up at 18.
36 feet away. John Rahm for birdie.
Difficult putt to read here. It goes right now and then starts to go left at the end.
You're not kidding.
Yeah, he had the speed dialed up. It's just so tricky, especially with the wind whipping across that green.
.211.
And the Englishman. I'm sure he's learnt from that speed and direction as well.
Oh, he certainly has. This will get your attention.
Come on now. So we're going to have 3 pars there from our final grouping of 3. Only 1 birdie all day.
Well, strap yourself in here. Bryson's on the tee. He's going to let it rip.
That got the full treatment, Frank.
There's a big tree there on the corner, though.
He's far enough down past all that. The rough of no consequence for him. He'll still only have very short club in. 18.
Rahm live to finish with 67. Okay, what a great round by John Rahm. This is what he's been longing for since he left for LIV. This was to be able to get back and be a major championship contender. And we know just how big his game is, having already won 2 major titles. He is right there.
I'll tell you what, to make 7 birdies in these conditions, watch out for Rahm tomorrow.
Very impressive. Over at 12, here's Scotty.
Just a sand wedge left, and he's taking this left of the hole, trying to use the slope.
I bet he thought that might even trickle down a little bit more, but still, it's a close range birdie attempt coming up for Scotty as Bryson DeChambeau is the new championship leader.
Great call.
anything a fraction off the left, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, but mainly down. Finishing on that green side bunker.
And we're back. Davis Riley coaxes it up there at 16. Start of the green mile to 12.
Pavone.
Thank you.
Working that fade into that fairway beautifully.
Yeah, shaped it just like it was designed by George Cobb.
Might see a little mud on that one. We'll have to wait on a report from Dottie.
Was that the message to start moving now?
Yeah. Briskly. Now Vegas.
Had to applaud all three of these guys. Super organized, played quickly.
It's a good one. Now, Joe Highsmith at 18 is blocked out here. He's had a nice day. He comes here 3 under for the round.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Oh, my goodness. He was trying to put it back in play and hook it, but he had to aim it right toward the creek.
Yeah, I don't like that play at all. Take your medicine, get it out there, give yourself a par putt. You're still right in this.
Yeah, that was aggressive. Meanwhile, you got Scotty over at 12. Can recover the stroke lost on the previous hole.
You couldn't ask for a better look. Just barely outside the right.
That's the look right there. All the way. Birdie time for Scotty Schauffele.
Gosh, that was a beautiful read. He started it right on top of the edge, just like Colt said. Nice bounce back.
Well, you just never know. It's too early to say anything's a guarantee, but we had a final pairing at Augusta of Rory and Bryson. We could have a final pairing tomorrow. We'll see. It could be Scotty and Bryson. John Rahm, meanwhile, is in the picture big time. What a round by him today. He's in at 6 under par after 67.
everything has led to this. The final reckoning here at Quail Hollow, in one of the most difficult closing stretches in all of golf.
It's the Green Mile you're talking about.
Hardest hole on the golf course.
Oh, that was ugly.
The ripples tell the story.
It's certainly not an impossible mission.
Oh, my goodness.
Just don't self-destruct. And if all goes well, the Wanamaker waits. This is the PGA Championship.
All right. Ving Rhames lending that magical voice to the Green Mile. We'll see Ving and Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning, only in theaters starting on Thursday.
Sign me up for that.
You want to sign up for the Green Mile, though? First, second, and third most difficult holes. It is an arduous 1-mile walk. Dubbed the Green Mile years ago by a great Ron Green Jr., the famous Ron Green family sports writing crew. Here is 16.
I would say it's impossible to get it close from where he was behind that bank.
Yeah, you'd have to have taken leave of your senses to try and attack that flag from that lie, Frank.
But straight line goal from Bryson, driver, gap wedge. This hole's only 535 yards.
Yeah. And to continue that story, Frank, we come to the middle of the Green Mile, the par 3, most daunting par 3 out here.
Oh, come on.
Davis Riley with 7-iron. Well, it's a popular spot, Davis. The wind not helping there, bringing it in.
Let's get milkshakes tomorrow.
And to the toughest one, Jim, at 18.
Yeah, it's Joe Highsmith. Playing his 4th after finding the creek.
Whew. Look, and that right hand over there trying to hit the hook spinner, and here it comes.
But that.
Oh, yeah.
His caddy is Joe LaCava, the 4th. Let's go over to Amanda.
Joining us is now Jon Rahm. This is your lowest score in a major since the 2023 Open Championship. And we're going to just jump right into these highlights because there were a ton of them. And we're going to start it right off on the first. Were you at this for birdie?
What a great way to start. Great drive, great 7-iron. Got a nice assist from Victor Hovland in the lead and pouring the first one in. It was a fantastic way to start.
And then we're going to take you over to the third.
This was unlucky and then lucky at the same time on the second shot with a little bit of mud on the ball and ended up in the perfect spot. Couldn't be any easier to chip and obviously to make it to bonus.
You're top 3 in every statistical category that counts today. You said you got lucky. This was not luck, Jon Rahm.
No, this was having faith on the wind because it was starting to flip a little bit and it was a good number. Just trusted it and hit a great wedge shot, obviously.
And then the par 4 14th, this was impressive.
5-wood draw. Yes, I can't hit draws. I mean, I couldn't hit this any better. You got to hit that shot, hope the wind does what it's supposed to do, and to get the lucky bounce, then end up 6 feet away is amazing. It's too bad I misread it, but still a great shot and a great hole.
This would be the first of 3 consecutive birdies. This on 15.
Yeah, this is when wind started pumping. Holes were playing difficult. Left myself not the easiest pitch shot, not the hardest, and I did good to get it there and obviously to make the putt to bonus.
And then second on 16.
I wish I could have seen the drive, another draw, and then that was perfect number for a 3/4 9-iron that landed exactly what we wanted to. Skipped up there, and obviously can't be much better than that.
I always love your insights on the game, and I thought you said something really great earlier this week. You watched a documentary on Padraig Harrington, and he said how you don't have to play perfect to win a major. You went back and watched your 2 final rounds of your 2 major championship wins, and you were shocked by some of the mistakes that you had made and gone on to win. How does that mentality help you as you go for number 3?
It's an insight that you get after, if you're lucky enough to win afterwards. And I think you could learn this from anybody that's won championships. Things go sideways. If it's not on Sunday, it's earlier on. And in a week like this one, with the greens are this firm, the rough is thick enough, it's windy, every day is getting harder, yeah, things are going to go sideways. And you're also going to get good breaks, which is what happened to me today, right? I got 2 incredible bounces on 9 and 11 off the tee that should have been in the rough and ended up in the fairway, right? I was able to take advantage of 9, but not of 11. But still, for somebody that likes to maybe express his I don't know, lack of fortune sometimes on the golf course. Is more deflecting my blame. I think today is one of those days where I can say I definitely got a lot more lucky than I did unlucky, and that's hard to say in a major championship.
Sitting in gratitude. We love that. 7 birdies today. Trevor called it special. It was. Let's take it to 12.
All right, thank you. Good stuff there, Amanda. John, here at 12 is Pavone.
Gap wedge only 4 yards beyond it. Be careful.
Just off the back. And we're at 17.
On the tee here of the par 3, Alex Noren, 7-iron. It's a good swing there, right at it. And stopped short of the hole. It's a rare one indeed. Inside 10 feet for birdie for Alex.
16, third shot for Bryson. Surprisingly chipping from here.
No hesitation with the play. It turns that face down on the lofted wedge.
A lot of loft. Nicely done though. Had a little less than 6 feet to remain bogey free for his round. Back to 12.
Here's Fitzpatrick.
Same sort of caution flag beyond the hole. This is sand wedge.
Trying to bump it up. Oh, yeah. That's really nice.
At 13.
Schauffele now.
196 and downwind. How do you get this close, Frank?
It's hard. It's like a brick wall of a par 3. And that has been a popular miss. No water like 17, but this hole has played difficult today. Just needed to cut a little more. To 12.
And here's Vegas.
Clubs in the player's hands continue to get shorter. Lob wedge.
That wind is whipping there on top of the hill. Look at that.
It sure is.
There you go. It was just funneling straight down that 12th fairway, and it caught him.
17.
Also going with the sand wedge here, trying to bounce it in and spin it. Well done. John Rahm from down there. Remember, he went high and tried to spin it by landing it on. I like that way better. Up at 18.
Here's Highsmith to get out of here with just a bogey. Okay, that is impressive. Could have given a lot of this day back after the mistake with the second shot, but 2 under par round. Doesn't have that major championship experience, but
big day for him tomorrow.
No question. 4 off the lead. Let's go back out to 12. Vegas.
This will test his newfound confidence in this short game.
Yeah, you see it right there, Dottie. 16.
The par putt now for DeChambeau. Fraction uphill. Yeah, his first bogey of the day.
Frank, that sullies what's been a rarely sound day. That was more of a misread, I think, than a bad stroke.
To 12.
Pavone now.
Definitely holeable.
Pretty good run at it.
Back to 16.
Finishing up. A little bit like the putt at 13, where he's trying to take the break out of some of the shorter putts. And firmly. By default, though. 4-way tie at the top. Bodes well for tomorrow. Back to 12.
Here's Fitzpatrick.
All of his really big momentum building putts have missed high today.
This could make it a 5-way tie at the top if he holds it. Dottie had it again on the high side. To 17.
For the second birdie of the day at the toughest hole, 17. And yes, Alex Noren. And that was his 6th birdie of the day. Moves to 7 under. Tied for the lead.
Yeah, Siwoo Kim back at 13. Schauffele, remember, in the bunker here.
The par 3 king taking dead aim. How about another, Frankie?
Oh, made the one at 6 yesterday. Glorious shot. Siwoo They say moving day, Quail Hollow. 4th time PGA Championship has been held in the great state of North Carolina. Eclectic bunch at the top of the leaderboard at the start. Vegas had the lead. About 3:15, things started to change. Siwoo Kim made a move. Schauffele, Hoggett, and of course Bryson. We knew he was going to be in the mix. Continued to change. Schauffele, he's hanging tough. John Rahm, great round of 67. Vegas hanging in. Quail Hollow standing up extremely strong today as we go to the closing stages of the 107th PGA Championship in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, here at 17 with Bryson.
9-iron in hand.
Oh, it's a big 9-iron.
Way up in the air, now stalling on the wind.
Oh, as the wind hit it. It's gone. That is gone. Flew the 9 up high, Mark, and the wind knocked it and just took it straight left and down.
Unbelievable. I was looking at those flags atop the chalets. They were going right to left, but the wind down on the green, the opposite thing.
High and spinning in that strong wind.
As we know, that's the weakness. The distance control was halfway there, and he started talking to it.
That's when he really needed to start it out right of the green and bring it in with the wind, with that draw. Oh, puts a dampener on things. Can't believe it. Talked to it all the way. And there you see, didn't carry. We'll have to fire from the drop zone. And we'll now have to get it up and down from over 100 yards for a bogey. Bad mistake with a 9-iron.
Now 13, bunker shot for Schauffele. 5 times he's got it up and down out of 6.
This is going to test his skills here, Frank. Oh, that's got to be easy. There's a slope over there.
That's tricky putt too, Colt. See that one missed more than made. 18.
Alex Noren, just his second tournament of the calendar year. He's been injured.
Yeah, the previous tournament he played was the Dunhill Links back in October. He's had all sorts of injuries, neck, glute, hamstring. Out for 31 weeks. All of a sudden, he's right back in the thick of it.
What a return. Tracing this hour is brought to you by Top Tracer. Noren got a chance to get a tournament in last week. Philadelphia Cricket Club, and here he is tied for the lead in round 3, and we go back out to 13.
Scotty for par.
You mentioned a tough putt. Very fast and breaking hard to his left. That's not dead yet.
You got Schauffele and DeChambeau making mistakes on par 3s.
Davis Riley on the tee, tied at the top. He's feeling pressure. He didn't show it with that swing.
Asking it to be careful for the bunker. Oh, jumped over it.
It's just fine. Now 17.
And the drop zone, 112 yards is the drop zone. Only 2 balls in the water today. 20 for the week, less than normal.
Play 125. And pretty animated discussion between Braston and Greg Bodine trying to figure out the wind.
Easy to fire it through the wind now after the previous mistake.
Ball back in the stance, lower flatted.
That for bogey. Felt like he made a good swing on the first one, but it certainly didn't react that way. Got up really high into the gust.
Tough to get a quicker putt than this at 13. Siwoo.
He saw from Scheffler and Homa how fast this is. Just got it going, Frank.
Oh, 2's a rare hit. They are not booing, that's for sure. Great 2.
They're not booing, they're wooing.
Speaking about cheers, Bryson DeChambeau, I don't think anyone gets any more cheers than he does. He is really a crowd favorite. He's got to be feeling terrible right now, though, walking up to a 30-footer for bogey at 17, tied at the top, more than likely drop back to 5, which would be 10th.
13. Gave it his full attention, so shot dropped. They head to the drivable 14. Hanging around. Green cleared. Mathieu Pavon. Well, figure out that win. Ian, 17.
Yeah, just while Bryson and his group make their way up here to 17. Matthew taking his time back there on the tee. And what a time to let that happen, especially with a 9-iron in the hand. You must be feeling, wow, what a stupid place to hit it. I could have hit it long with an 8-iron. I could have hit it right.
Well, if you're between clubs, the first question you ask yourself is, where can't I go? Where's the trouble? The trouble is short and the trouble is left. So then you make sure you go ahead, take a little more, take that out of the equation.
Totally agree. At 18.
Noren, 8-iron.
Carve it in there. Oh, yeah. He's finishing so strong. Birdies at 14, 15, 17.
You sit on the sidelines for as long as he did, and you have a chance to like reflect and remember just how fortunate you've been to play this game that you love, and everything gets renewed and rekindled. The love of the game and the appreciation for competing. Kind of seeing that out of him right now.
Yeah, a lot of times you just get a better and clearer perspective of things.
Meanwhile, here's Riley playing with him.
set, bud.
Backing off for that gust.
6 groups from the end. You never would have guessed that there would be 2 of the 4 leaders coming out of this group in that 12:38 tee time. Got right.
So 17 and 18. Lost the irons out to the right.
Low rounds of the day so far. Rahman 4 under par 67. Riley and Noren both coming to this hole 4 under. We're at 14. And Siwoo.
Wind down off the left. That's his mini driver. Needs to fade 2 yards.
Ah.
Gosh. Almost. That'll be okay there, though.
To 13.
So Fitzpatrick and Pavon have already hit. Now Vegas.
7 iron. You can control the line, but just hopeful for a decent bounce. Getting so firm.
He's played this hole great so far this week. Made 2 birdies. That's rare. Just needs to hang on the side of the green. 17.
Now, live at 17. This for bogey for Bryson. Coming off bogey at 16 too, Frank. And something amazing must have happened across the other side of the lake. That's on the other side of the lake. This so much excitement around this golf course from 14 through 17. A couple of easy holes and 3 boots. No, it goes left.
This green mile exacting its toll on Bryson.
Back over at 14.
This was actually where the noise was coming from. It's Scotty Schauffele at 14.
3-wood on the way. Oh, baby, be as good as you look.
Oh, my goodness. Look at this. That for the outright lead. It caused DeChambeau to back off his putt at 17. And Scotty has a great chance to seize the lead outright.
Stoic as always, huh? Not much emotion there.
Only bettered today by Maverick McNeely, who made eagle from 2.5 feet. 2 feet 5 inches. And Nico was playing with him. He made eagle also. Back to 17.
Yeah, it's an exciting part of the golf course, that's for sure. Taylor Pendrith playing alongside Bryson DeChambeau and Richard Bland from England. Here's Taylor, big hitter.
He's driven the ball great. Struggled on the greens until now.
Finally made a putt. That's what holds him back. 1 under total for the Canadian. So many good Canadian players. You know them well, Trevor, from the President's Cup team last year in Canada, and then, of course, 2.5 years ago here at Quail Hollow.
Yeah, Taylor was one of the players that was on that team here. Unfortunately, did not have his best week, but learned a ton from it.
If you just think about the swing around the lake here, when you think about Schauffele the last couple of holes and Bryson the last couple of holes, how this is for a double. He's lost 3 shots. Schauffele looks like he's going to gain that many shots. That's what can happen around here, and that's why this course is exciting in the closing stages. It's a double bogey for Bryson. Disappointing for sure, especially with the 9-iron from the tee. Had a great round going. Drops back to just 2 under for the day and 5 under.
And he's going to have to regroup too, because 18 is no snack.
Back at 13, 45-footer down the hill to tie.
This is the definition of fast.
Still going. Just a lack of friction. That's really what it is. Green's cut low. 18.
This is tough for Davis Riley. Very little green here to work with.
It's been good from the bunkers today, though. 3 of 3.
Superb. And back to 13.
Now Johnny Vegas.
I mean, not quite as fast to start until it gets grabbed by the gravity by the fall line. More turn for sure.
A little easier putting across the green.
Yes.
I don't fault him for that. Just gun it a little bit. It takes off. 18.
Here's Noren for birdie. Get there. It does. Alex Noren from nowhere has taken the lead alone at the PGA Championship.
And look at that. 4 under in his last 5. Remarkable.
Finished 12th last year at Valhalla, his best ever finish in a PGA Championship.
His best ever major is a tie for 6th at the Open in 2017. He has designs on better than that.
He has designs on joining Henrik Stenson as the only 2 Swedish men to win a major championship, with Henrik winning that incredible battle with Mickelson in 2016 in Troon. Back to 13.
Pavon has another look. Now 2 back with that sensational round of 66 on May 17, 2025. He will remember that for a long time. Alex Noren. Maybe tomorrow these players will be a little more careful where they place their approach shots. Downhill putts above the hole, very, very difficult. Quail Hollow.
Just a very difficult day to control the golf ball in general. The day has changed a lot.
14.
Siwoo Kim.
Lengthy bunker shot. Needs to fly just onto the putting surface.
That's what he did, but it checked up.
A little unlucky there. I thought that would skip forward a bit more.
Davis Riley, 2-time All-America out of Alabama. That's a great up and down. He was a superb junior player. He lost twice in the finals of the U.S. Junior Am. Once to Will Zalatoris and once to Scotty Scheffler.
He finished 21st at the Masters earlier this year, so a nice little major run from him.
13.
That was the par putt for Fitzpatrick, and another 3-putt from above the hole. These aren't the water holes either. It's a surprise. 18.
Here's Bryson. Got to shake off the double.
That's 3. That's 3 wooden back to regular programming, Jim.
It's beautiful.
He went from leading this tournament to now tied for 9th. At 14, Kim. Go. Making a par here with that hole location today, you're losing to the field.
Absolutely. Playing at about 3.5. 3 eagles and 30 birdies.
Yeah, Trevor, neither Siwoo or Max got their second shots inside of Scotty's tee shot.
Almost got this for birdie. It has been cold for him. Just never got this thing on track from the very beginning. He's 4 over for the day.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is obviously the swing change. Has been struggling with the ball striking. And Trevor, on a tough day like this with the wind swirling, it really exposes you.
Yeah, especially when you got that added pressure of being near the lead in a major championship. But just 5 greens in regulation. His putter has been under so much heat.
Didn't even hit a green until the 8th. This tee shot by Scotty Scheffler, Frank Nobilo, reminded me a lot of Kyle Morikawa's tee shot at 16 at Arctic Park when he won the Wanamaker.
Yeah, he drove the par 4. That was just an incredible shot at the perfect time in his career.
And now we thought after it came to rest here inside 3 feet, we thought it'd be for the outright lead, but then Noren went and made birdie to push the lead number to 8, which he can join with 1 stroke. That's an eagle at Quail. And Schauffele sends shockwaves around this PGA Championship layout. He is back to a tie for the lead with an eagle at the 14th. And he heads to the 15th, which he eagled on Thursday.
304 to the hole, 296 to the front, holding up that draw into the left to right wind. Could not dream it up any better than that. A fist bump with Teddy. And he is coming here to 15 that ordinarily you would think the players can take advantage of. But if you are playing the fade, that wind hard out of the left, this tee shot can be awkward for the faders.
Meanwhile, back on the tee at 14, Pavone.
Less than driver, trying to hold it off that left to right wind.
He's been the best so far today, Dottie, of the final grouping. He's even. The other two, Fitzpatrick and Vegas, are 1 over.
A couple of short putts missed, but all in all pretty solid ball striking.
In good shape now, off to getting the bounce down.
15.
JT Poston to get to 6 under. Left to right putt for birdie. Yeah, and he stamps it. Poston to 6 under. To 14.
Yes, return to sender over here, 14. Great one there, Andrew. Here is Vegas.
Another where a driver would likely be too much.
Look at this kick. This could, can it somehow maneuver around and up? Okay, settle back in that little low spot, but some fireworks. Schauffele with eagle to join Noren for the lead.
Si tenés 300 yardas nomás, levantaste y ya te We're back at 18. Bryson is in that right fairway bunker.
He was flabbergasted when he got you and saw the ball in the sand, Jim. That's 9 iron on the way.
Back-to-back holes. He comes up short with the 9.
15 minutes ago, it looked like he could go into the night possibly as the leader, the story, the headliner.
Yeah, he was looking like the most solid player on the course until he got to
all day
16.
long. Meantime, Scotty's still waiting over at 15.
Yeah, that's Michael Thorbjornsen in the fairway at 15. Just 235 in. He catches the greenside bunker. Such an impressive young player, and hits the ball a long way. Back on the tee, Schauffele waiting his turn.
Xander's just been so impressive to watch. It doesn't matter if it's a Tuesday or Saturday of a major championship. He just goes about his business. And he looks so calm doing it.
Nicole, you've known him pretty much his whole life. Has he always had this calm demeanor, even as a kid?
No, he used to be a little fiery.
Yeah.
Doesn't like to lose. I think that's one thing Ted Scott has helped him out with so much. Seems to like it.
And just in the fairway there. So a chance for Schauffele here at the par 5. It's played as the 3rd easiest hole today. 18.
Back at 18, trying to manage. It's a really rough stretch here at the finish. Bryson with his 3rd.
Ball back in the stands. Little pitch and runner. And some check.
I'd be delighted with that.
Amazing. Trying to stop the bleeding here off the bogey double on 16 and 17.
He is frustrated, kicking himself all the way to the finish. He had the lead at one time here just moments ago. It's now shared by Schauffele and Noren.
One, two, three.
Oh, working?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Do you feel like you're in an SNL skit right
Just do it with one.
Oh, just do it with one?
Just one.
Yeah, great.
He says he has it back.
Oh, he has it
Now
back.
it's back? Okay, all right. You wonder why we drink.
I know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
We're good. Okay, great. Try it again.
Hey, Drew, you going to wait? Wait for me. You're in a different car, right? You're in a. Can I go with you? He's.
The 107th PGA Championship on CBS Sports is sponsored by Chrome Tour from Callaway, the new gold standard. Progressive, bundle home and auto and save. And by Vanguard, 50 years of changing the way the world invests. This is the U.S. National Whitewater Center here in Charlotte, home to the world's largest man-made whitewater river. Meanwhile, over at the 15th.
And Thor Bjornsson, you saw his approach. Here's his third. Okay. Below the hole and a putt coming to get to 6 under par. Back one.
Here's Fitzpatrick.
Up, yeah, up where he missed it yesterday and made 3. This is going to be hard to miss to make 4.
That didn't even get out of the long stuff, did it, Dottie?
It did not.
He was trying to feed it down into the bowl and get a little shoot forward. Came out with nothing on it.
Back here at 18, you got Bryson looking for a par. It would complete a round of 200 par 69. It looked far more promising than that score.
Well, really, Jim, it's just one missed putt on 16, then the faulty 9-iron back there on 17.
Start of the day, 5 back, currently 3 behind.
Well, he did a good job to salvage a par at the 18th, but the Green Mile took its toll. It is a toll road coming home.
Yeah.
+3 over the last 3 holes. Certainly going to be a threat tomorrow.
Absolutely.
You know that.
Absolutely.
At 14, Pavon.
Check this out with the putter, Trevor.
I like it.
Me too. So much safer, easier to control the speed, the check.
At 15.
Let's see if the Stanford product could knock in a birdie. Back to 14.
Now the third shot, Fitzpatrick, and it's got away from him.
Out here.
It is gone.
There's some thick rough that'll stop it.
Fortunate.
At 16.
The 31-year-old born in Hickory, North Carolina. JT Poston having a fine championship. 215 yards right into the heart. Superb shot. 3 wins on the PGA Tour. This is a step up. Back to 14.
His 3rd time now around the green. Of course, he's always cross-handed, but he's gone crossways here at the 14th.
Sure has. This is the easiest hole on the golf course, and he's giving up strokes.
He'll have that putt for a bogey, and Scotty continues to wait to go after this par 5 into the 15th. So meantime, here is Vegas putting it from off the green.
Feels like he hit this tee shot yesterday.
For eagle.
Could take the lead.
Not bad.
Tendency for him all day long is to be short, but I don't blame him for not taking a good hard rip at that one.
Yeah, especially after he just watched what Fitzpatrick did.
Exactly.
But he'll have that one from just outside 3 feet to get back into a share of second place, of first place, I beg your pardon, with Schauffele and Noren.
Mm-hmm.
So Homa, he's down there deep. Siwoo looks to be the first to strike out of this trio. Let's go over to Andrew.
Green is now clear. Good looking tee shot here, Colt.
Yep, 270 yards coming up the hill, and this mini driver has been a weapon for him this season. Big long backswing. This one headed right.
Should get a kick left though.
Yeah, that's okay over there.
Yeah, there it comes.
Well played by Siwoo Kim. He's just 21 years old when he won the Players back in 2017. And now Scotty.
He's got 252 and the ball's above his feet. Going with 3-wood. I think with his natural cut and the ball above his feet, this should neutralize it.
Oh, he's launched this way up there.
Wow, and this is headed at the right side of the green.
Yeah, a similar spot to Siwoo. Jim mentioned Scotty made eagle here back in the opening round. Only one eagle today at 15. It was Cam Davis. As we go to 14.
And Fitzpatrick just made his putt for bogey to drop back to 400. And now Vegas.
The 4 to 8 footers this year have been his kryptonite.
Yeah, watch how he hits down on it a little bit, Dottie.
Pops it.
Pops it in. Got to give him credit. They got off to a horrendous start. Bogey the first 2 holes. No bogey since.
Yeah, he's hanging in there. That's a good regroup.
Let's take a look at the Chase Sapphire Championship highlights, including Alex Noren digging this one out at 14.
That was so cool how he just cut the hands across that.
That was good. Check out 15.
This is a little bunker clinic right here.
Then at 17 to take the lead. Actually tied the lead. He wasn't done. You talk about conquering this green mile.
Yeah.
17 and 18. He made birdies.
Yeah, perfect speed right there. 4 under the last 5 for Noren.
You won't see that finish many times around here.
You won't.
Sure, you can see 14 and 15.
And look at that putting right there. 23 putts on the day.
But to go 4-2-3 over the last 3 holes, that's rare stuff. Pavone has his birdie to get the 7 under. Just a beautiful look coming across the water with our drone coverage at 15. But meantime, it's 16. This is what's happening with Poston.
Great look for 3 here. Not much in this. He's had a very solid season too. His 15th start, and 1 miscut for the 31-year-old. He trails by 2. Schauffele, Noren at the top.
Johnny Vegas, come on, baby.
We showed it to you during our Eye on the Course. We'll show it to you again. What a big mistake by Vegas off the tee here at 15.
Andrew, this is a really odd miss for him. He only hit a pole that didn't cover the trees at 2. His only miss of the day left other than this.
And that's what I touched on earlier. That is an awkward tee shot with that wind hard out of the left with the out of bounds on the right. Players are just trying to fit it in there just right of the trees. Probably some sort of toe strike. Oof.
Right up ahead now, the third for Schauffele.
Awkward little angle, has to fly it up on top, get it to check. That's going to be a nasty little putt, Andrew.
We'll have a chance to get to 9 under as we check in with Amanda.
Joining us now is Alex Noren. Alex, this is just your second start back since being sidelined with multiple injuries back in October of 2024. You've now put yourself in a position to win your first major championship heading into Sunday. What have you found so quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I just tried to get back to where I was before I got injured. You know, see my caddy, see my coach, work on the stuff we worked on. Today was probably the best scoring day I've ever had. Probably I had so many bunker shots that kind of kept me in the game, and then really good shots on 17, 18. I struggle with the iron shots and wedge shots, and you know, this so tricky around here with the firm greens, and now with the wind. So, and then I finally hit some good shots towards the end.
You're known as one of the hardest workers on the PGA Tour. You've won 10 times in Europe. I just wonder, when the game's taken away from you, what kind of perspective do you have now? The smile hasn't stopped. I have to imagine that's part of it.
Yeah, and it's good to you know, take a break sometimes and see the family, spend a lot of time with the kids, and you know, I missed it, but I also liked what I had at the time when I was away, which kind of helps me maybe relax a little bit and don't think it's the end of the world if you play bad. So it was a nice feeling, but also great to be back, you know, with a purpose and in life again.
It's been great to see you back. Thanks for the time. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Great perspective there. Siwoo Kim now has his third.
I would say a much simpler shot than Scotty had.
When this championship began in 1916, it was won by a European, Jim Barnes, Long Jim Barnes, who was the head professional at that time at White Marsh Valley Country Club outside of Philadelphia. Then he won it again in 19 after they took a couple years off for the war. All the way until Padraig Harrington, before we had another European win the Wanamaker. Then Martin Keimer at Whistling Straits, and Rory 2012-2014. There has not been an international player that's won this tournament since 2015, when Jason Day won at Whistling Straits. Americans have won it every year since. We're back at 15.
And Siwoo Kim for birdie.
A little more work than he wanted, but no problem.
Siwoo is 7 under. Birdies at 2 of his last 3 holes. And back just off the fairway at 15, it's Jonathan Vegas taking a drop. Meanwhile, now Schauffele for birdie. Yes, sir. Schauffele goes eagle birdie on 14 and 15.
And now he needs to buckle up.
Can't stress it enough. Scoring on 14 and 15 coming down the stretch tomorrow, even today with the Green Mile ahead. Another look. now Vegas. All right, now Fitzpatrick will hit his second.
Playing up 6 yards, 268 to the front, +6, +6.
Not enough pluses.
6 short.
Yes. Did see Bryson hit a really nice shot out of that bunker a short time ago.
He's not sure where it is.
Levon.
That's 257, turning over pretty hard.
Left of the bunker, into the rough. Now the attention turns to Vegas.
They seem to get a pretty decent drop. You can see most of the golf ball. 219 front, 225 to the hole. That's a 5 wood that he's taken. He's actually added a touch of loft too.
Doesn't like it. It's long. So he'll have to get up and down from beyond the green to save par here at 15. Let's go to 17.
And JT Poston here at the par 3. Only 32% of the players have hit the green in regulation today. 3 in the water.
It's a decent line.
One of the better shots. 3 birdies now. Seen a couple recently.
Birdie from the postman.
16T. It's the third of the 3 par 5, par 4s that are over 500 yards. Colt, you go back about a month. All the discussion was about Scotty's hand, winless. Got the win at the Byron Nelson, and then took last week off. Looked like he was one step ahead of us. Tracing by Top Tracer is brought to you in partnership with Rolex. And some amazing views of the type of shots that need to be hit around Quail Hollow.
Yeah, Frank, I think Scotty was really patient coming back from that injury. Him and Randy Smith were working on some things, and they felt a few weeks ago it was coming. And I'm not totally sure what they're waiting on, Frank. To me, the fairway looks clear.
Should be. Distance measuring devices are allowed in this championship. Just don't have the up and down metering on it. Noticed on the range last night with Randy Smith, they're just working on his hip rotation. Just making sure those hips rotate quickly through because he has his unique leg action.
Yeah, I talked to Randy about that today before they went out, and it was also about making sure the hips rotate at the correct time. Just making sure they don't spin out too early.
Slight dogleg right, par 4.
This one is flirting with that bunker. Oh, wow. That was fortunate.
It's about the third good break he's had off the tee. He's rolling the dice. World #1. Looking for major #3 in Charlotte.
We're back with Scotty Scheffler, having overtaken the field here today. Included in this great round an eagle at the 14th and just moments ago a birdie at 15. And we're at the 15th.
Dottie, this is a quick one.
It is quicker than quick, and through the shadows.
Settle.
He can get out here with 5.
Yeah. Hole high for par for Vegas at 15 to 17.
Ah, here's a look at Alex Smalley from just off the back left edge of 17. Got it to 7 under yesterday. Today just 1. Look at this. It's perfect. And a little lap of honor for Alex Smalley at 17. Lives in Greensboro. That's the 90th holdout here at the PGA Championship for the week. The 90th. Take a look. Take another look. Yeah, let's go. So Smalley to 2 under. $15.
And Pavon.
That is masterful from there. There was nothing working in his favor.
Great shot as we go to 16.
Now Siwoo.
Definitely needs to keep this left of that fairway bunker. And he listened. This is a good one.
Slightly left of where Scotty hit it. Down the middle. So he's got plenty of pop there too. He's outdriven Scotty a few times today.
Yeah, that nice bounce absolutely helped him there.
15.
Fitzpatrick out of the bunker. Oh, this is looking good. Similar to the shot that DeChambeau hit here at 15.
Yeah, that's been the spot to miss it. We remember McIlroy making one there before.
Can JT post another birdie here at 17? Not to beat. 1 on tour last year, had a pretty good season. 6 top 10s.
By the way, tomorrow live coverage of the PGA Championship. Final round begins on ESPN Plus at 8 a.m. with ESPN, Scott Van Pelt and crew, Curtis Strange on the air, 10 a.m. And then at 1 Eastern, we're back here on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus to the finish. Let's go to 15.
Big putt for Vegas, and he's not able to save par. So the tee shot costly here at the par 5. Gotti, he's talked a lot about having a more stress-free attitude on the golf course, not trying to put too much pressure on himself, especially at the majors. And he seems like he's had a pretty good way about him here these first 3 days.
He has a generally really positive disposition, and I think he appreciates winning last year and being healthy again.
Oh, around the world and in for Pavon.
That was a full 360.
And that takes him to 8 under par. Back to back for the native of France. Take another look at this one. To 16.
Near the top of the hill. Second shot slightly downhill. Should be Siwoo first.
Yeah.
Frankie's got 199 out and has 6 iron. And I know he likes to go at every flagstick, but nothing wrong with keeping this one 20 feet left of it.
Yeah, there's not much right of this one and not much past it.
Well, this is right of it.
That's a mistake.
Yeah, that's a poor shot there.
It's deceptive. It's like an infinity edge green, so it's tough to judge that distance perception, but that's the one spot.
Vegas here at 15 for bogey. All right, so back to 7 under for Jonathan Vegas. And now 2 behind the lead of Scotty Scheffler to 16.
Scotty's tee shot down the right, so consequently a little closer.
198 left, and he has 7 iron. I would have to think with that club, Frank, he's looking short and left of this hole.
Yeah, hopefully he's forgotten about what happened on Thursday here. Hit one left, made 6.
Golfers never forget. This is just barely left of it.
Gorgeous pass at it. Little right to left breeze and a perfect little hold into it. That is a great shot. Scheffler trying to put a little hammer down there. Lead is 1. Might just change to 2 in a matter of minutes.
By the way, tonight on CBS Sports Network, get caught up on all of today's action and highlights and interviews. Look ahead to tomorrow's final round. Don't miss PGA Championship Clubhouse Report tonight at 8 Eastern over on CBS Sports Network with Kelly Tillman, Brian Kroll, Michael Breed, Roger Steele, Ali Ledbetter. Don't want to miss it. Let's go out to the 16th.
Greenside bunker shot for Siwoo.
His 3rd one of the day. Didn't get the first 2 up and down. Much better there.
Nicely played. Now all the way back. Mathieu Pavon, 8 under.
Has generally driven the ball very well today.
Gosh, he tees it up close to that tee marker, doesn't he?
That scares me.
He's just played the cut all day long. Even on the 2nd hole, dogleg left, played the cut, even though the hole goes the other way. Wonderful how the lake just circumnavigates. 13 over the left side, 14. Drivable par 4, 15's involved. Creeps its way around to the 17th green.
Frank, my apologies to Siwoo. He did get it up and down on the first hole. An awful long time ago.
This to get to double digits. Probably the second purest approach shot I've seen in here today. John Rahm hit an absolute beauty to inside 3 feet.
Yeah, this is a very good look here, Frank, coming up the hill. He can be aggressive with it.
Should go with a claw from this distance. Never on line.
He stood it up out of that right at impact.
Love a do-over on that one. Green Miles playing about a shot over par. Stroke average actually on Quail Hollow today, 72.5. He'll lead to 17. So the stroke seemed to block it.
Yeah, the strike was out of the middle, but the face was tilted open.
New Zealander Ryan Fox on the tee here of the par 3, 7 iron. So even the big hitters are hitting 7 irons here. This is looking good. Just carries, and here it comes. Best shot of the day, inside 4 feet for Foxy.
Seventh hole, where 2T start this morning. Rory McIlroy +2. This is for par. Drove it in the water. 50 feet. Some 5 from all over the place. Started really on day one. Disappointing week. Still a great season. Oakmont to come. And of course the final major of the year, Royal Portrush. Will be a homecoming for him. Beautiful view. 16, just the one bunker. There's only 61 bunkers here at Quail Hollow. Don't need 100 odd bunkers as long as they're on play. Now Siwoo.
This one coming down the hill. I think he can keep it inside the hole.
Yeah, good up and down. He's one of players, so he can handle the heat. He's 20 holes away from perhaps winning his first major champion. That man, well, he's looking for major number 3. One of golf's oldest and most prestigious championships. And we're back. Second shot for Pavon.
Guy who's come through the Green Mile pretty much unscathed this week, only one over. That's a 6-iron.
Keeps flying that little cup.
Trying to catch a piece of that little ridge, but I think it's too far left. It's going to get caught up.
Might not run off the edge. Now Fitzpatrick.
Same clip, Frank. He'll flight it lower.
This one's turning on the breeze. A firmer bounce, consequently. Still fine. Really didn't get the gusts we anticipated. Forecast gusts close to 30 miles an hour. Players probably enjoyed that. Now Vegas.
Lip issues. He's going with 8-iron just to be on the safe side. 200 yards total.
Gonna have to crush it into the wind.
Lost.
Found it a little heavy, maybe. Oh yeah.
Definitely. Just the drive of the last couple of holes.
Yeah, way left on 15. Had to take the penalty drop.
At 18, JT Poston. Trying to be a home state hero. Better be careful here.
Okay, safe. He's won in North Carolina before, Greensboro, back in 2019.
You know what was great about that win? He went 72 holes without a bogey.
Yeah, bogey free. First guy in 45 years to do that. I think Lee Trevino was the one before that.
Was indeed. Trevino, two-time winner of this championship. Let's go to 17.
And Ryan Fox after that exquisite 7-iron for birdie. Well, they'd expect a Fox to do well around here. Coach John Fox, a member here at Quail Hollow, called in to say hello to us all earlier today. So another Fox. And his dad, of course, Grant Fox, one of the most famous rugby players from the All Blacks, the New Zealand team, Frank. Famous man.
Auckland boy. Grandpa too also represented New Zealand, so it's they're used to it at that level.
Yes.
South Africans hated Grant Fox because he kept beating us. He was so good.
Two of the great rugby nations in the world, South Africa and New Zealand. Christian Bezuidenhout, speaking of South Africa. That's a bogey for Christian. He actually works with the head pro at my club, Jupiter Hills, down in Florida. Jason Bale, who's PGA Teacher of the Year. Jason, congratulations on that great honor. Now, Michael Thorbjornsen, excuse me, easy for me to say. That's a bogey, 16-17 for Michael. He got going a little bit better early on in this back nine, but then, like so many, finding it tough here in the closing stages of the third round. Now Scotty on the tee.
Ian, he's pulled 7-iron. That's to carry at 177.
That's the popular choice. Colt Bryson DeChambeau hit 9-iron short left in the water.
Similar to the last, he's going to try a hoist a high fade, hold it up against that right to left wind.
Just hit the same shot he did on the last. Right at the center of the green.
Beautifully done. Exactly where he wanted it. Middle of the green. No stress. He's got a one-shot lead over Alex Noren, who's in the clubhouse after a brilliant 66.
His club face awareness and control is just off the chart.
Yeah, he knows exactly where it is, doesn't he?
Now back at 16, the third shot for Vegas.
In the ballpark of 60-65 yards, going high. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Try and salvage his 4. 17.
And Siwoo Kim.
Also has 7-iron. We talked all week, Ian, how tough these par 3s are, but he's been taking advantage of them.
He certainly has, especially with that one yesterday at the 6th.
That barely covered.
And it's not, it looks easy from there, but they've been having trouble getting it inside 10 feet from there.
And with him using the long putter, it'll be interesting to see if he goes ahead with that or if he tries to chip it.
That's a very good point. Sometimes easier with the extra weight with the long putter, extra weight in the head for the off the green putts. Now Max.
Siwoo likes to use the 5-wood around the greens as well. See what he chooses when we get up there, but Max stuffed one on the last hole and wasn't able to capitalize.
Trying to turn it in with the breeze, little draw. Needed another yard or two. Just a bad day for Max. Couldn't get it going. Couldn't hit a green until the 8th. It's just been a struggle. It's been a struggle most of the year, starting to turn things around, but the pressure of a big tournament, Frank, will really tell on you, won't it?
Certainly will. Pavon would take 2 from here.
Into the teeth of the wind and still strong enough to be a factor.
You know, as soon as it came off the putter head, hates it. Dottie, make a case for Pavon tomorrow or Vegas, for example. I don't know what's going to happen over the next 2 holes, but I mean, what's got to happen for them?
Well, I think this is a difficult golf course to close on. So if they get through this now and can play a solid round tomorrow and post, I think it's going to be very difficult for whoever is the champion. So if they're not in that last group and they do get those 2 tasks done, it could happen.
So post and wait.
Post and wait.
Now Fitzpatrick from the back.
Same goes for this guy too. He's done it before.
Another player trying to put the pieces together. Change coaches over the last 12 months. It's like grip change. Used to have the weak right hand. That's been strengthened a little. Always that search to get better. Sometimes you go down a rabbit hole. It's had 1 top 10 in the last 12 months. Step in the right direction.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear for the past 100 years. If it's a big event, the Goodyear blimp is there.
Head over 70 feet for that first putt, Pavon. I mean, one of the things, Dottie, the reason why I asked the question, he just has that one shot shape. He reminds me of like the opposite of Tom Lehman. Everything went the other way, but he knew he could count on that shot.
He leans hard into it and knows that that is his shot. The only time he got burned by it badly today was at 6 and again at the last hole, but he got away okay with both. Through even par for both those holes.
Well, when you have something like that you can rely on and you putt how he's been putting. This one just slips by, but he's in the top 10 this week. You've always got a chance.
He's let one slip though here.
Yeah, this and the sloppy 3-putt at 9 will kind of keep you awake at night, but I think his perspective is pretty darn good too.
There are real patches around this golf course you've got to be tight through. A couple of key holes. A couple of holes that you require to hit the big shot. A couple of tee shots like 18 where you can't miss right or left. He's within 2 at the moment of Schauffele. 17.
This one shouldn't be too hard. Nice lie. Little upslope to the flag.
This is just like the ones they practice every day.
And that's what they expect to do, right, Colt?
Absolutely.
Inside 3 feet every time from a good lie.
Here's Poston at 18.
This will go a long way right here.
Boy, he can putt. Can he ever putt? JT Poston trying to follow in the footsteps of North Carolina-born PGA champions like Raymond Floyd, Davis Love. Over at 17.
Little bump and run for Siwoo. Oh, it grabbed.
He scooped it. Just rode right up the face on him.
Looks like he took back a little shot, trying to, not one of his better ones.
And we saw the lovely pitch from Vegas. Oh, that's a four to be proud of. Had nothing really with the second shot out of the bunker. Third shot, just beautiful. Stoddy described. 17.
Live now over at 17. I mentioned earlier that he won the Byron Nelson a couple of weeks ago. Shot 31 under, won by 8 shots. One of the great records in golf is from Byron Nelson. He won 18 tournaments in 1 year. He won 11 tournaments in a row in 1945. And the third of those 11 wins in a row came right here in town in Charlotte at Myers Park Country Club. Lots of great golf courses here in the area. He beat Sam Snead in a playoff to win the Charlotte Open back then. Now Scotty, boy, that looks perfect. And perfect it is. Scotty Schauffele to 10 under par. He leads the PGA Championship by 2. Look at that back nine. Birdies at 12, 15, 17 with a little eagle thrown in there at 14. Number 1 in the world, and there's a reason why. He does everything better than everyone else when he's playing the way he is now. Sensational stuff.
And Ian, he gave it a little fist pump there. We haven't seen much emotion from him the last several times he's teed it up.
No, he stays very calm and to himself. He's a great example. If you're watching at home and you have children playing the game, just have them follow his footsteps. Watch him. He's a great role model. Now Siwoo.
Oh, big putt from Siwoo.
Well done, Siwoo.
That's huge. Just stay in touch.
Most times in the final round, last pairing or grouping in majors in the last 5 years. Scotty Schauffele, Colin Morikawa, Bryson DeChambeau and Brooks Koepka in 3 each. I think this is going to be 4 for Scotty. He made a 2 across the lake at 14 and he makes a 2 on the other side at 17. Look good all the way. If someone is going to win the PGA Championship, they're going to have to beat this man tomorrow. We all thought he was one of the top 3 favorites coming in at the start of the week, and he's proving us right. Back at the tee now. They were watching.
They certainly were. 7-iron for Fitzpatrick.
I heard him say sit down as soon as it got up in the air. Dottie, he seems to be hitting it quite a long way today, even a little farther than I'm used to seeing.
I think he's starting to gain momentum and confidence, and it's increased swing speed, ball speed, absolutely. He can really move it off the tee now.
Yeah, he hit the longest drive of the week at the second hole today, 362. It's a beautiful setting. Wonderful place to watch up here on the hill. See 16 green, 14 green, 17, 18 off to the right.
This is 7-iron in Johnny Vegas's hand, and my goodness, did he get lucky yesterday here with hitting that rake. A rake on the side of the bunker. It was either going to be into the long stuff or in that gap. It got a great break.
Just turning over a little. Settle down.
That's dangerous.
Just stays on. Be good, Johnny, be good.
I would really play this time for a 7.
Got a shout out to another famous man from Charlotte that used to sit behind this green. I took his chair, and we all remember him well, Peter Oosterhouse. So fond of, as a member here at Quail Hollow. And another little reference there for Oosty. He had 2 holes in 1 on par 3s, obviously, in the PGA Championships throughout the years. God bless you, Pete. And once again, a popular spot, popular miss for Pavon. Do you putt? Do you chip?
CBS Sports presents the official partners of the 107th PGA Championship. Chase Sapphire, upgrade your travel and dining experiences. T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G solutions partner. And by Corebridge Financial, helping more people take action in their financial lives. Our leader has come to the 18th. As he has surged on this second side to take control of the tournament by 2 at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely put his foot on the gas. 4 under in his last 4 holes.
Trevor, he's made the big bag green mile look rather innocent so far today.
Sure has. He's just taken control of this tournament. And Colt, I know he's got 1 hole to play, but the last 7 times he's had the outright lead after 54 holes. He's gone on to convert that.
Not one bit surprised.
Yep.
This is where you got to put a lot of trust in your golf swing. That wind off the left, you got to start it down the left and challenge that creek.
Aiming up the left-hand side. Fade coming.
I mean, this is just a clinic.
Fairway.
Is that in a little divot there?
It seemed to kind of oscillate a little bit, like it. Yes, it looks like it's right in the divot.
There's a wrinkle.
Sibu now.
Siwoo's got this one fading towards that fairway bunker. Needs to take a seat.
Nope, I think down in it, Siwoo. Thinks it could be short.
17.
It should be Fitzpatrick first, and where his ball has come to rest as it slid down the hill, he's not going to be able to putt that because of the sprinkler head in front of him. Will have to chip.
Which makes spin control, the shot choice, really important, because he's going to have to handle this on a nose, on a side slope.
Once again, just watch this grip as he goes left hand low, and the left thumb is all the way over on the right side of the grip, and he hinges in such a different fashion. But he's a wonderful short game exponent.
I think it helps him get a little lean in the shaft, a little forward lean in the shaft, which gets that front edge of the club underneath the ball.
Spin.
Just a hard shot.
Yeah, not horrible to get that to 10 feet.
Nope.
So hard to loft it from a downslope to a firm green. It's almost impossible to really explain that, how hard it is. As Scotty walks down off the 18th tee, just a little stroll. In the lead again by 2.
13 of 14 fairways today in these conditions.
Unbelievable. Just controls the ball so well. Pavon next to go, Dottie. What have you liked about Pavon's game?
I think it's been a control game. He's bounced back well. He's been true to his ball shape, ball flight. And he's been true to this as well. From around the greens, he's been really quick to choose the putter, keep the ball on the ground, and control the speed.
I mentioned earlier that he played in the final group with Bryson DeChambeau at the US Open last year at Pinehurst #2. Said he learned a lot from that experience. Very steep bank there, hard to get it up the hill when you know it's so quick on the other side of the hole. Ended up finishing 5th, but watching someone win a major is always a great memory. Sort of figure out what they did so well. I played with Nick Faldo when he won in 1990 at the Open, and he just did so many things well. I learned from that.
Same thing, I played with Meg Mallon in '91 in the final round of the Women's Open at Colonial.
Yes.
And went on to win the first major of the following year. You learn from it. You do a little self-reflection.
As you look at his scorecard, you see his reaction when he gets up and takes a look at this lie that's in either a divot or some sort of depression. Like 4 under over the last 4 holes. If he can make a 4 here at 18, it'd be a round of 66, which would match Alex Noren's round, and they would be paired together tomorrow.
Mainly keeping the head down right now. I don't think he has any idea yet. It doesn't look too bad. Maybe a replaced divot.
It is right at the back end of a replaced divot.
Yeah, Trevor, I'm down here, and it is sitting it is on a replaced divot. Half of the ball is on it, half of it's off of it. I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Okay, yeah, maybe push the ball back a couple inches. Just make sure you get a bit more angle of attack. Catch that ball first. Squeeze something out there. He's only going to have a short club in.
I mentioned Lee Trevino a couple of times, having won this championship twice, including here in the state of North Carolina. Let's go to 17 first.
Yes, Jim, 70 feet away. 2 putts would be good for Johnny.
Considering the length of the putt, not a lot of movement.
Oh, he's done very well. So you would think he'd be able to make that one stay at 7 under par, right in the mix.
Over at 9, Rory, hoping this will be the final stroke of a 1 over par round of 72. There's no Saturday charge today for the Masters champion.
No, ball striking has been an issue. 8 greens yesterday, 9 today. Not what he was looking for.
Played with Xander, the champion a year ago, for the 4th straight competitive round at Quail Hollow. The two are playing together. Last May they did here. Thursday, Friday, and today, and they might in fact find themselves side by side again tomorrow. They're both in a +2. Back to 17.
See a couple of putts for pars here. First one from Fitzpatrick.
You don't win U.S. Opens without being able to grind.
So true, Dottie, and grind he can do well. Remains at 5 under par. 5 unders in a tie for 9th currently.
So when Scotty and family moved down from Ridgewood, New Jersey to Dallas, and he started playing golf, he was just a wee lad out at Royal Oaks Country Club. There was a legend out there practicing all the time, playing the Champions Tour, one of the all-time greats in Lee Trevino. But he would watch players that were on the tour working with the man that would be his lifelong teacher and instructor in Randy Smith. Guys like Martin Flores and Harrison Frazier, Justin Leonard, and Colt Knost. He idolized them all. Now Colt's out here following him around today. Here's Siwoo.
That's 5 iron from a really good lie.
Strike was nice.
Coming in hot though, Trevor.
He's hit some good bunker shots today. That one will be a test though.
If you had this lie, what would you do, Trevor?
I'd move it back in my stance a little bit. Colt, has he had any reaction at all after seeing that?
Him and Teddy just took a look at it, but doesn't seem to bother him. I agree with you. Just put it back in the stance a little bit, kind of trap it. But Trevor, I was talking to Scotty's dad the other night. He's like, you know, I'm a little worried. Scotty doesn't know the golf course really well. Do you think he has a chance? I said, Mr. Schauffele, if it's got 18 holes and 18 flag sticks and they play the game the same way, he's going to be just fine.
He sure will be. What's that, little gust?
Big gust.
How far are we looking at?
166. It's got 155 to the front. Needs to fly at 160 to get up top.
If anything, keep it just a touch left of this whole location.
That's an 8-iron on the way. All over it if it's the number.
It's the number. Gorgeous shot by Schauffele.
He's got it all.
The divot didn't matter one bit.
Little abbreviated finish as he's knocking it down out of that lie. Strokes gained off the tee today first. Strokes gained approach first. Right there. Ball first, divot after the ball. Not much reaction in his face all day.
No, there never is, really, until the end. Then he gets sometimes pretty worked up and emotional about it. 17.
Shoved it there. Unfortunate bogey for Pavon. 3-putted 16, bogeyed 17, drops back to 6 now.
Again tomorrow, the lineup, 8 a.m. ESPN Plus will be on. See the early action. Rory will be one of those early starters along with Schauffele. And then the coverage continues on ESPN at 10 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. We're back here at 1, CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm just thinking how things have really turned on a dime here in the space of an hour. At 5:20 today, Bryson was 8 under, Scotty was 6 under, Rahm was 6 under. An hour later, Scotty's 9 under, he's now 10 under. Rahm made a bogey on 17 to drop back. Bryson had issues with the green mile. If Scheffler makes this and gets to 11 under, all of a sudden, guys like Rahm and DeChambeau are so far back.
No kidding. He holds this putt, will be 5 ahead of Rahm, 6 ahead of Bryson. Vegas has tapped in at 17. We come to the home hole at -7. Hasn't been the easiest of days with all the gust and guesswork that comes with it.
Well, it starts with you get out of bed, you find out that there's been a weather delay, tee times get changed from pairings to groupings, you're making that adjustment.
Yeah, you have your day all laid out in terms of your warm up, your stretch, and when you're going to get there and go through your PT, and
sure,
all of a sudden everything's changed.
Man, these guys are creatures of habit. They got really, really tight routines with everybody on their team, whether it be physios, when they're going to meet their caddy, how they're going to go through the strategy.
Yeah, Trevor, Scotty was really stressed about it. I asked him on the range if he was excited about the third member of his group because it was supposed to be him and Max Homa. He said, "Who is it?" He didn't even know.
Well, tomorrow the weather's supposed to be beautiful, so not going to be any change as far as the times tomorrow, and he'll be going late. Here's Homa playing his 4th.
Yeah, drove it left in the water off the tee and just trying to get out of here with a 5.
How about a 4, Colt?
Come on.
Back on the tee, Vegas. He ripped that one right on that target line.
This little tight draw with the 3-wood.
Now Siwoo greenside.
But this is a tough one here. A little bit of a downhill lie, and the green runs straight away from him. I think he's looking a little right here, Trevor, just to play safe.
He is. Try and get it to check on the hill. Just like that.
Exquisite shot by Siwoo. Hopes to get in at -7.
And this could be important. You look at 37 of the last 40 champions in the PGA have been within 4 shots going into the final round. Siwoo right now needs to make that putt to stay at 7. Schauffele could get to 11.
Scotty with his 2 majors, both of them at Augusta. Both of them he was in the final pairing. On his way to victory. He's still going to have to wait for Max Homa to get in the hole here.
But Trevor, I'd say nothing compares to Augusta National. But I mean, you look at this golf course. It's a big golf course, pretty generous off the tee with very severe sloping greens, much like Augusta National.
Oh, it does drop. Good for him, but it's still a bogey. 76 for Max. The lone birdie today coming at the 8th. So now Scotty with a chance to create more separation.
It just feels like the atmosphere and the crowd around this green is going to be willing this ball into the hole, Colt.
It is a packed house. Awesome scene here at 18, but I'm with you. He is the fan favorite, and he has a great look at birdie. Right around 10 feet moving to his left.
Would he got a little read off of Siwoo's bunker shot?
I just think he made sure he knows now that it is going a little bit to his left. And it's normally pretty quick going this direction.
So this for 65, the round of the day. And a 3-shot lead heading into the final round. It's a Schauffele showcase performance.
Scotty's thinking, what green mile? 5 under the last 5 holes for the world #1.
Look at him talking on the way in. Take the ball out of the cup. He was charged, and they're chanting Scotty here in Charlotte. Well, he's won 2 green jackets today. He won the Green Mile. And with all that going on, here is Siwoo to try to get this in the hole for a great up and down. And he tugged it.
Trevor, I think Siwoo's got to say, get me away from this guy. I've seen enough of him making birdies.
That's right. Every time they play together, Scotty shoots something spectacular.
That's what Frank was saying earlier. Scoring average playing with him is 65, and this is the 11th time in competition, and he shot 65 today, did Scotty. They might be chanting this tomorrow at about this time. You know, the thing is, Trevor, here he was a month ago in Augusta, presenting the green jacket, putting it on the shoulders of Rory. He's not a guy that carries any envy in him.
No.
However, the competitive fires, they burn. And, you know, he wanted to get his place reestablished, coming off a 7-win year on the tour last season.
Oh, absolutely.
And an Olympic gold medal performance with a Sunday that will never be forgotten.
Oh, yeah. He's heard all the chatter, and you can see it from this reaction right here. Colt referenced earlier, this guy is uber competitive.
Love to know what he was saying right there. Only he knows. Now the last grouping coming in with Vegas.
6-iron on the way on a beautiful line to start.
And right over the flagstick, Dottie.
Oh, che fuori da stagione, perché quarto, proiettare, non proiettare. No, somebody threw that out back there.
It's Fitzpatrick.
That 7-iron negotiating the tree. That is a very good shot. He had no room for wiggle.
It's going to just roll off, but the grass will hold it up. Now Pavone.
Best angle of all three. 8-iron. Plays 5 yards uphill.
He's walking off strip. Wow, right over it. Hit it too good.
Well, when the best are able to show you what they're capable of doing, it is so special just to sit back and admire. Greatness at its very best. You don't think Scotty Schauffele wants another leg of the Grand Slam? He's taken care of business twice at Augusta, but the other three hasn't claimed one yet. Tomorrow, it'll be precisely what he is all about. It's not the money, it's not anything, but one thing: legacy. Tonight on CBS begins with FBI Most Wanted, followed by back-to-back editions of 48 Hours. That's tonight on CBS. So, signing the card, just triple checking the numbers once more that add up to 65. You look at Homa and Siwoo Kim. They've got kind of a blank stare. I'm sure they're watching the action off of a monitor, but they had a front row seat today to see Scotty, particularly down the stretch, show his magnificence.
Yeah, for sure. And what a difference a year makes. You think back to Valhalla, the off the course issues there. He had a 73 in that third round, but today, 65. Remarkable round of golf.
It's really true, though, isn't it? You know him well. We've been there to document so many of his great moments, and he's only 28 years old.
Yep.
What he's driven by is just stacking wins one after another. And don't think for a second he doesn't want to get something other than just the Augusta wins on his major championship resume. Donnie, you've been out there with this group, and you guys have been down the fairway listening to a lot of noise, a lot of roars coming down the stretch up ahead.
Noise has been big. It's traveled a long way.
Yes.
Colt was right. I mean, just the arena here is fantastic, and the support in the community. It's been terrific.
Charlotte always shows up and shows out.
Just a sporting town.
Pavone Look at that swing. He had to take it down.
He's done the opposite of what Schauffele's done at the Green Mile. Bogey 16, bogey 17, and now the issues here.
Just as soon as we said he'd gotten through relatively unscathed for the week.
It's going to be Noren and Scheffler tomorrow in the final pairing. What do you make of that?
Well, two guys who love to hit a fade. Schauffele, super focused, super determined. Like you say, he's all about legacy. He's all about winning. Noren, a guy with new perspective coming off of the injuries. Hasn't really been tested on this sort of a stage. Has got a lot of wins on the DP World Tour. None on the PGA Tour. Not too much experience behind them either. Post in Vegas, Riley. Then you get to Rahm, Siwoo Kim, DeChambeau. But are they too far back?
Keegan Bradley is also at 5.
That's
female.
right.
Adam Scott at 4.
You know, ordinarily I would say no, they're not too far back. But we're talking about Scottie Scheffler here.
This is a chance for Vegas, albeit long odds. You never know. To get to 8. Shoot an even par round. It's not tracking though. It's a wandering.
Got to give him credit though after that bogey start. It was shaky at best.
I thought it could be a big number at the end of the day, Dottie, at the start there.
Now really, if you take out the water ball at 15, which caused the bogey on the second easiest hole, he has hung in there really well.
I don't think there are too many people that would have ever predicted that Alex Noren would be in a final pairing on Sunday at the PGA, just his second week back after going from October to early May without playing a competitive round. Out with a torn hamstring and glute issues. Here's Pavone. Scottie Scheffler wouldn't surprise anyone, but hats off to Alex Noren. He also had just a sensational finish on this Saturday. When we saw at Augusta just how fast things can change in these majors, you just never know. That had Rory up by 2 over Bryson going into the last round, and he had to go 4 behind Rory before he found 3rd. So it's kind of similar. It's 3 between 1st and 2nd and 4 between 1st and 3rd. Matthew pours it in. This group didn't have a chance to feed off of one another today, Dottie.
They did not. The momentum was established early, and it tried. We had all sorts of action down there at 14, but just never really carried through.
Okay, this is where Jonathan's par.
The area that can give him some trouble at times. Not too much in this back up the hill.
He makes it. He's paired with Rahm tomorrow. And that was, you could see it off the face. That's the final stroke of the day in a round of 73. Okay, Amanda, it's your time.
Scottie, you began the day 3 back, and you're heading, bless you and cough. The allergies are really bad here in Charlotte. That's our first breaking news of this evening. You are leaving. You're leaving as the leader. You haven't done one of these before. Talk about what you're proud of during on a difficult golf course, and you made it look pretty easy today.
Yeah, I hung in there really well today. I got off to a Sorry.
We can get you a water. Come on, yeah, we might as well do this. That's
I'm
okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I got off to, you know, I bogeyed the first. Actually, I felt like I hit 2 pretty good shots in there. I just battled really hard today. It was really tough out there. The greens were firming up. The wind was really gusty today. I think that was probably the most challenging part, and the greens were firming up as well. But overall, did a good job of staying patient and hitting some nice shots.
When Randy joined us on air at the Byron Nelson, he said that you were really getting control of your golf ball. We saw you and Randy working on some sort of hip drill last night. What have you guys been working on, and more importantly, what have you found?
Well, it's just a little thing we do to kind of help get my hips moving properly through the golf ball. You know, just a couple little feels like that to kind of get us going, and that's kind of what Randy saw yesterday, was maybe my hips weren't moving the way he wanted to through the ball, and you know, it was a good little swing thought for me today. I definitely struck the ball a lot better today than I did the last couple of days.
You've been dominating the final 5 holes of this golf course, and not many people are able to do that. Why the big emotion from those birdies on 17 and 18 today, and what does that do for you tomorrow?
Well, yeah, I guess the qualifier there would be big emotion for me.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know. No, I think it was an important time in the round. You know, I wanted to finish off the round